Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
This is my first time in seeing everyone. I just want to extend a happy new year to everyone. And welcome to the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. We are going to get started this morning with two confirmation hearings, and then we're going to go, I believe, in the order of that's printed in the schedule today for the work session. But before we get started, we're going to do some introductions. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent District 28, which is on the peninsula of Portland, and I serve as the Senate Chair for this committee. We'll start with Representative Cooper.
Representative Mark Cooper, District 107, Wyndham.
Representative Dean Cray, represent District 69, Mara, Heartland, St. Albans, Canaan, and Detroit.
Good morning, Representative Steve Bunker, District 75, which is Farmington and Chesterville.
Good morning, Caldwell Jackson, District 80, excuse me. And Oxford, Otisfield, Buckfield, and Hebron.
Good morning, Senator Black, District 5, serving three counties, 44 towns in three counties, Northern Kennebec, Southern Franklin, and most of Somerset County.
Good morning. I am Representative Tim Jarrett, and I represent District 4, which is Caribou, Washburn, and Wade.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jim Dill. I represent House District 26, which is Old Town, Bradley, and Penobscot Indian Nation.
Good morning. I'm Allison Hepler, and I represent the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, which is where I live, and West Bath.
And thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm the House co-chair of this committee, Bill Pluker, representing House District 44, which is Warren, Hope, and Union.
We also want to make sure that you treat her well. We want to keep her. She's new, and we welcome her to the committee. So thank you. We are going to start today with a confirmation hearing of Wayne Jones of Truscott Township and for appointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry for the purposes of considering the nomination by the Washington County Commissioners of Mr. Wayne Jones of Truscott Township for appointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the Washington County Commissioners or their representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen or heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of this meeting will be made available and archived. So pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Bill Pluker for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend confirmation of Mr. Wayne Jones of Truscott Township for appointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission.
So moved. A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available at the rostrum. The chair now recognizes from Washington County Commissioners.
Not here yet.
We need a purpose for making a statement concerning this nomination from Washington County Commissioner or designee. We will pause for just a moment.
Liv, is there anybody online?
There is, but it is the
Okay.
Yeah, they would have to,
Yeah, might just need to table it and move to the other one.
we will definitely.
Yeah,
I move we table till.
Uh,
Sorry,
The chair recognizes Representative Dill.
I move we table this till later today.
It's been a motion to table. Is it second?
Seconded.
The motion to table has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? We don't. We will be tabling this nomination for Mr. Wayne Jones in hopes that someone from Washington County arrives in time or can get on Zoom so that we can move that nomination forward. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your patience. That gives us the opportunity to move to our next nominee, Mr. Peter Prey of Millinocket. Mr. Prey is with us today, and the Penobscot County Commissioner is online. Perfect. I will again read the introductory statement. Welcome. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for the purpose of considering the nomination by the Penobscot County Commissioners of Mr. Peter Prey of Millinocket for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony today from and have an opportunity to question the Penobscot County Commissioners or their representatives, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which require that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Bill Pluker for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend confirmation of Mr. Peter Prey of Millinocket for reappointment up to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission.
There's a copy of the statutory requirements for this position if one chooses to request it. The chair now recognizes the Penobscot County Commissioner who's online, or
We can do that. I'm happy to speak for them. Madam Chair, my name is Gary Lame. I'm the interim county administrator, Penobscot County Administrator. They asked me to come to represent them here today. I think you have Commissioner David Marshall perhaps online here. He may want to make some comments.
we appreciate you being here and taking the time to do so. We will go to Commissioner Marshall, who is online for the purpose of making this nomination. Commissioner, could you turn your video on? Can you hear me? Commissioner Marshall? We'll give you a moment.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Your audio is on. Would you be able to turn your video on?
Well, I can try that. I need my 8-year-old great nephew to show me how. Well, let me see here. Is that coming in now?
Your audio is just fine. It's your camera is not.
Well, I may have some difficulty doing that. Is it?
Okay.
Am I allowed to proceed?
I believe so.
Well, thank you very much.
We can hear you. Thank
Thank
you
you,
for being here,
Senator.
Commissioner.
It's good to see you again, and members of the committee. I just want to take a few moments to share with you a few things. I've known Peter for 40 years. He served our region in many capacities, and he's highly respected from both sides of the aisle. In fact, he lives down the street from me, 9 houses on the same side. But I just wanted to take just a moment to thank him publicly and before the committee on the job he's done as our representative. We have 40 unorganized territories in Penobscot County. They're all in my district. And Peter has just done a wonderful job representing our interests. And he has the unanimous consent of and support of the commission. And I believe, I don't know if our administrator has a prepared statement, but I just wanted to take that few moments to add my 2 cents, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall. The chair would like to ask if any member of the committee has questions for Commissioner Marshall at this time. Seeing none, Commissioner, thank you for your time and for being here. It looks like you are all set.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Wonderful. Good day.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Peter Prey for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Well, I'm Peter Bray from Millinocket. I was fortunate enough when I was 10 years old to move to the unorganized territory of Ripagenis Dam. And there I got to go to a one-room school for a number of years, then ended up going to MCI and eventually graduating from Stearns. My work career, I started out working the log drive on the west branch of the Penobscot and the last drive on Saudi Hunk Stream. And I went to work in the mill as a laborer and ended up as supervisor of the pulp mill. Since that time, my wife and I, at the same time, were starting the Big Eddy campground on the west branch of the Penobscot, which we kept for 34 years. And then we have a camp in Saudi Hunk, Cockmagomic, that we go to, and that's where we spend our time. And I work for the United States Census Bureau. If anybody has any questions, I'd gladly answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Prey. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate your service. The chair will now ask any member of the committee if they have questions of the nominee. The chair recognizes Representative Pluker.
Thank you. Commissioner Prey, can you, how long have you been on Loop C, and what are some of the your proudest accomplishments there?
Well, I've been on it for 6 years and being renominated. I pay attention to all the meetings and all the paperwork that comes with this and find that it's a tremendous organization that watches everything and is makes sure the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed.
Any other questions? We want to pause for just a moment because a committee member has joined us, and we want to make sure that she can introduce herself in case she wants to comment during this public hearing.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Sharon Frost here. Deepest apologies. My husband took NyQuil last night, forgot to set the alarm. That's all I can say.
Do you want to tell us what district you represent?
I'm half here. I'm half here. Sharon Frost, District 58. I represent the lovely towns of Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, and New Sharon. And thank you for being here.
Mr. Prey, I just have one question, really, and that is, you have served, this is a reappointment. What has been some of the biggest challenges that you've seen in the service so far?
The hydroelectric system coming in from Canada. That was a big one that required an awful lot of time. The wolf den operation up in northern Penobscot, a mining operation that we looked at quite hard. Those are the two big issues that I remember well.
And what about some of the benefits that you've seen or experienced since you've been on the commission?
Well, since I've been on the commission, the seeing how even everything is done throughout the state with the people that want to build a camp on a stream or a lake, and the process, we've worked hard to speed things up. So where there used to be a months-long wait to whether you get a permit or not, we've streamed it so that they can get them generally within a week. Starting to find out if there's problems, then they can correct them. And this is what the Land Use Planning Commission does. It helps the people get their permits so that they can be in compliance with all the rules. It's no longer just saying, no, you can't do it. But if you turn around and just turn it sideways or step back a few more feet, you'll be in compliance. And we're working with the crews, with the staff of the Land Use Planning Commission to get this moving ahead.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the nominee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to written comment. I do not believe we have any written statements. Those who wish to speak should observe the following. Please sign in on the testimony sign-in sheet at the podium. Please speak from the podium and state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Any persons participating electronically, which I do not see we have, only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All of the comments will be considered out of order. Please remain at the podium after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask any questions. So first, we'll take any person present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination.
Thank you. My job here is to just convey to the committee understands that.
Excuse me for just one moment. Would you please introduce yourself and tell us where you reside?
My name is Gary Lamb. I'm the interim administrator for Penobscot County. I reside in Augusta, just a hop, skip, and a jump away here.
Thank you.
I'm there just for the interim until they hire a full-time director, of which I am not an applicant for. My job here is just to convey to you that all three commissioners at Penobscot County are in favor of Mr. Prey's renomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, anyone with a question regarding? No, we thank you. Yeah, please, Chair Pluker.
Was this reposted before reappointment?
Reposted.
Like, did you do a
Other
general public announcement of the opening to see if there are other applicants?
I don't know the answer to that. I've been here as the interim and for 9 weeks. So
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Marshall might know if he's still on.
Do we have Commissioner Marshall still on the line? We do?
I almost think they did. And I was at the time storm, I was reading the meeting. And we found out that my nomination had.
We'll just take another moment to see if we can get the commissioner.
Sounds like Mr. Prey might have an answer as well.
No, I don't.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
because the changeover was going on, because we found out that my time limit, it never went in front of the legislature. So where it was approved, I had to come back again. So I'm not sure if anything got posted or not. I just you got my paperwork.
Yep.
I think the rules are inherent that member would continue to serve until someone else is approved by your body.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, I will ask the good representative, what you would like to do.
I'm okay. I don't need to have that clearly answered at this moment.
Okay. Thank you for your providing that information. Are there anyone else present who would like to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against the nomination? Anyone who wishes to speak at all about this nomination? Seeing none, since all public comments have been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for your service once again, Mr. Prey. We will review any additional written comments, which I do not believe we have received any. Vote on the nomination, so we can notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 in the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for Mr. Peter Prey of Millinocket for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Peter Prey of Millinocket for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 132nd Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Seeing so, the committee clerk will call the roll.
We'll start with Representative Cooper.
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Gray.
Yay.
Representative Gray, nay. Representative Bunker.
Yay.
Representative Bunker, yay. Representative Jackson.
Yay.
I'm going to interrupt the vote for just one moment. Unfortunately, it was not clear to.
I'm sorry, yay, okay, excuse me.
Um,
Representative Cray.
We're gonna
yay.
have to start, you're gonna have to
Okay,
vote again. On Mike.
Representative Cooper.
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Cray.
Yay.
Representative Cray, yay. Representative Bunker.
Yay.
Representative Bunker, yay. Representative Jackson.
Yay.
Representative Jackson, yay. Senator Ingwerson, absent. Senator Black.
Yay.
Senator Black, yay. Senator Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Senator Talbot Ross, yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker, yes. Representative Jarrett.
Yay.
Representative Jarrett, yay. Representative Dill.
Yes.
Representative Dill, yes. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Frost.
Yes.
Representative Frost, yes. Unanimous with one absent.
So 11 members of this committee having voted in the affirmative, one member of this committee absent. There's 0 members who voted negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry that the nomination of Mr. Peter Prey of Millinocket for reappointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. Mr. Prey? I'm going to check to see if we have Washington County Commissioner.
We do.
We do.
Yeah.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to turn this proceedings over to Chair Pluker. Unfortunately, I have got to go present a bill in judiciary now, and we'll go do that and then return. So Chair Pluker.
Thank you very much, Senator. And I think just because I'm now chairing the meeting, and then I was also the motion we'll just start again for the motion to confirm to make sure we have it clearly done. So pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which require that there is an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Durrett for the purposes of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend confirmation of Mr. Wayne Jones of Trescott Township for the appointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available at the rostrum, perhaps. And the chair now recognizes the representative from Washington County for the purposes of making a statement concerning this nomination. And you can make sure your microphone is turned on when you're ready and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Representative Luca.
Yes.
And distinguished members of the Agricultural Committee. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you again, and my apologies first and foremost for being late and holding things up. If the rest of the day and the rest of the week goes like this morning, I don't want any of it. So anyway, I'll go through my statement if you. I'm David Burns, and I'm the chair of the Washington County Board of Commissioners. And I'm speaking today on behalf of Washington County Commissioners in favor of this nominee to serve the Maine Land Use Planning Commission, Mr. Wayne C. Jones, Jr. of Trescott. We are very pleased to bring his nomination before you today. Mr. Jones is a lifelong resident of Trescott Township, which is located between Lubec and Whiting. And as you have seen from his resume, he has many talents and much experience running his own businesses. From running a commercial trucking company across the United States and in Canada to building construction and carpentry in Washington County, he has gained such experience. As an outdoors sportsman, he is very familiar with our natural environment and the importance of keeping the correct balance between commercial activities and conservation in our rural state, especially in our unorganized territories. Through these past months of September through December, I had the opportunity to work with Wayne Jones as he served on the Washington County's Budget Advisory Committee. And as you know, our county is going through a lot of very serious and difficult budgetary problems. Throughout our budgeting process, I observed many occasions where Wayne demonstrated a good grasp of the financial and operational aspects of our county. He offered balanced input and opinions during the process and was a valuable contributor. Washington County has 35 unorganized territories ranging from T8 Range 4 and Aroostook County line to Devereaux Township on the Hancock County line, as well as coastal communities. Having the right representative to our UTs is very important to us as a county. As I read over the broad responsibilities of the LUPC, which include conservation, supporting and encouraging Maine's natural resource-based economy, and discouraging the intermixing of incompatible industry and commercial ventures, I was confident that this nominee, Wayne Jones, is the right one for these goals. Washington County has vast opportunities for the future of our citizens here now and those choosing to settle here in the future to raise a family, to obtain good employment, start a successful business, or just to retire. Our unorganized territories are a major part of the future of what we believe that Wayne Jones will be a good steward of the UTs as well as the other 7 counties UTs. I'd be glad to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Burns. I would now ask if any member of the committee has questions of Commissioner Burns. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not so much a question, but I'm pleased to see Mr. Burns here and have the nomination of Mr. Jones, qualified candidate. But I was a little surprised to see that you, after 7 years out of the legislature, you were still on legislative time.
I'm happy just to get here.
All right. And then if are there any other further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very
Thank you
much for
very
coming
much.
down. And I now recognize Mr. Wayne Jones for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination.
Let's see, right?
That's it.
Good morning, Senators, Representatives, and members of the committee. My name is Wayne Jones from Truscott Township, and I'm here today to discuss my appointment with you to the LUPC. I'd like to read the statement so you better understand who I am and where I come from. I know the pages before you concerning my resume is slim. You don't see any degrees or fancy titles in front of my name. I don't belong to any associations, but I do serve on the Washington County Budget Advisory Committee. The resume is slim because I've worked 90% of my life as an independent, self-employed trucker, pulling 80,000 pounds down the highways of this country and Canada. I've been a carpenter, electrician, plumber, backyard mechanic, and all-around self-supporting jack of all trades. I built my own homes and commercial office building. I've dealt with both the old and the new LUPC. I'm a fourth generation Truscott resident. There's even a road named after us called the Jones Road. I've spent 35 plus years as an independent trucking contractor and owner operator, driving over 3 million accident-free miles. At one point, I had 4 trucks and 4 drivers. Over the past few years, I've scaled back my trucking operation and now split my time between pulling product and goods from businesses here in the UT in Washington County and operating a small carpentry business with my son. My trucking career has taken me to at least 95% of the major cities in this country. I've traveled from Eastport to LA, from northern Minnesota next to the Canadian border to Brownsville, Texas, looking into Mexico. I've been to and have been in many manufacturing facilities, from automakers to furniture makers. I've been to massive coal mining and strip mining operations, chemical and processing plants of all kinds, and refineries. I've seen the beauty of this country, and I've seen man's destruction of it. Having the privilege to see and experience these things throughout my career has reiterated to me just how blessed I am to live and work, and just how grateful and proud I am to call Truscott my home, a place where I can raise a family and feel safe. I've also traveled the state of Maine extensively, from Fort Kent, Kittery, Calais to Jackman, and all points in between, pulling tank trailers filled with chemicals to support manufacturing facilities and paper mills, most of whom are just memories. From the coast to the mountains, I've watched as Maine's landscapes changed, businesses closed and tore down, people gone. Massive wind towers, cell towers, and solar fields pop up across our state, all forever changing the horizon and the way we live. While living in Truscott over the course of many years, I have hunted, fished, harvested clams, raked blueberries, tipped balsam fir, and cut firewood. In doing these things, I learned about patience, hard work, dedication, conservation, and land management. I can bring value to the LUPC. I come to the table with an open mind on projects, rules, and regulations, weighing the effects of decisions with sound science, past history, and common sense, while protecting the ecosystems, finding sustainability in our natural resources, promoting small businesses that fit, and listening to the people who own, work, play, and live here in all 35 of the Washington County Territory townships. I am confident I have the ability to represent the residents of Washington County's UT and the state of Maine's interest, making unbiased decisions that everyone can agree on. We need a balance between nature and business, between conservation and commerce, so people can visit here, live here, work here, and retire here, a place for all to enjoy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Jones? Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've canoed the Orange River, and I guess my question to you, when I've loved it, my question to you is does that go into Trescott Township or is it just in Whiting?
It's just in Whiting.
Okay.
I have a camp on Orange Lake, so do stop by.
Thank you for being here. Commissioner Prey, who spoke just before you, mentioned some of the biggest challenges he'd seen were looking at the CMP corridor, having to do with the hydropower, as well as looking at the Wolf Den mining. And I just was going to ask an open-ended question, if you were faced with those kinds of projects coming to LUPC, how you would be thinking about them in terms of making decisions.
Well, that's a good question. Without I sit down, look at all the facts, look at everything. What's the impact? What would it have? Who's it going to benefit and why? And over the course, I mean, here again, it's everything that we do and that the people do on that commission, right? And the rules and regulations made on the UTs. You got to look at what's going to happen down the road in generations. With any of these projects. Way back when we put in all these dams and stuff in every river that Maine had, many years ago, there wasn't a lot of thought put into a lot of the other things that we seem to look at today. As far as the fish, going up rivers and stuff like that, we didn't seem to value that much. We thought that there was abundance of stuff to come, but as we all know, that stuff runs out. So we need to look at it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Jones? Seeing none, you're released. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ty.
The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented at the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. And I don't believe we had any. Those who wish to speak should observe the following. Please sign in to the testimony sign-in sheet at the podium. Please speak from the rostrum and state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Persons participating electronically will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Please remain at the podium after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. And first, is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of this nomination? Seeing none. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? Seeing none. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this nomination in any capacity? Seeing none. And there's no one online. No. All public comments have been taken. The committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments to the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for Mr. Wayne Jones of Trescott Township for appointment to the Land Use Planning Commission is now closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, I will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. Seeing no objection. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee, or Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Wayne Jones of Trescott Township for appointment to the Maine Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 132nd Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays, or yeses and nos is also very clear. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative Cooper.
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Cray.
Yay.
Representative Cray, yay. Representative Bunker.
Yay.
Representative Bunker, yay. Representative Jackson.
Yay.
Representative Jackson, yay. Senator Ingerson, absent. Senator Black.
Yay.
Senator Black, yay. Senator Talbot Ross, absent. Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Representative Pluker, yes. Representative Jarrett.
Yes.
Representative Jarrett, yes. Representative Dill.
Yes.
Representative Dill, yes. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Frost.
Yes.
Representative Frost, yes. Two absent and 10 unanimous in favor.
10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 2 absent. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee that the nomination of Mr. Wayne Jones of Trescott Township for appointment to the Land Use Planning Commission be confirmed. You're welcome to come up and shake everybody's hand.
It's easier to buy bigger pants.
All right, we are going to move into our work sessions for the morning. The current plan is to go in numerical order, which would be LD 1093 first, then 1547, followed by 1605 and 1661. At this point, these are all carryovers from last year. We've had public hearings on all these bills. I think what we're going to do though is, because there are people in the audience who'd like to speak to these bills, we're going to put out sign up lists, and Liv is putting those together now. So please, if you'd like to speak concerning 1093, sign up with Liv and I will call you once we get to that point. And so we'll start off with 1093 by hearing from our.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So LD 1093, the original bill title was an act to direct the Department of ACF, Bureau of Parks and Lands, to prevent the use of the term state park by non-state parks. So if you all recall, really the subject of this legislation was Scarborough Beach State Park, which is under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Parks and Lands, but it does not accept the Maine State Park Pass. And if you recall, someone from the department did provide you an example of what those look like. There's a vehicle season pass, an individual season pass. This is for day use only. And it does indicate that there are exceptions to this, and the pass is not accepted, and it lists the exceptions. So, the Bureau has a lease agreement with Black Point Resource Management LLC. And so it's state park land, but it's managed by Black Point. And one of the terms of the contract is that they do not recognize the state park pass. So I think this is what this legislation was trying to get at. So the committee voted unanimously to pass as amended. And I did provide you another copy of it. I wasn't sure if it was in your bill folders. It's on the pink sheet. So it strikes out the original bill, and the new title is an act regarding day use passes that may be used at any state park or historic site. So essentially, current, as I said, current policy of the Bureau is that they issue for a fee a day use pass that can be used at any state park or historic site in the state, except with some exceptions, which are listed on the pass. And this amendment requires the Bureau to issue a day use pass that be used at any state park or historic site, with those exceptions that are subject to an existing lease and managed by an entity other than the Bureau. This exception is repealed January 1st, 2030. So this is a second iteration of a committee amendment. It was drafted this way because of the contract clause, which basically says you cannot have a state law that impairs the obligation of existing contracts. So I just want to point out that's why it's drafted this way, is to sort of get around that. But in the end, the intent would be that the Bureau would be required to issue park passes for a fee that could be used at any state park or historic site, and that's how it would be moving forward. So the pass holder would be entitled to admission to all state parks and historic sites under the jurisdiction of the Bureau. So this bill was reported out of the committee in late May. It was on the calendar for a couple weeks, and then it got committed back to committee, and then it was carried over. Although I don't think that was a vote of the committee, but the presiding officers carried it over. So that's where we are now. Earlier this week, you did get a couple pieces of testimony from Black Point Resource Management and also the Portland Regional Chamber of Commerce. And I guess I will leave that there for now. Have any questions?
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as far as our committee is concerned, right at the moment, what is the status of this bill?
It is in work session. There's no motion on the table. It's kind of a clean slate. We start back at square one.
Okay, but we had passed it at one time and it went through and then now it's back.
It was, I guess the way I would phrase it, it was reported out of committee. I think it was unanimous, so it was on the consent calendar in the House, went to the Senate, and that's where it kind of got unfinished business
Okay.
repeatedly, and then it was committed back to committee.
All right, so we're starting all over.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Thank you for that explanation as to where we are right now. Does the committee want to hear? We have four folks signed up to speak to this bill. I guess we'll move into that and I'll go according to how people are signed up if you're comfortable with that. I think Marilyn Frackman is first, if you're comfortable with that. And I think I'm not going to run the timer, but if you could keep to the idea of 3 minutes, that'd be beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
I know. Need a better chair for me.
Thank you for having me.
And you can begin
Um,
with an introduction of who you are and if you represent yourself or
Okay.
anybody else.
My name is Marilyn Frackman. I am a resident of Scarborough. And I have been concerned about this issue. I've brought it up actually for some time. My concerns include the admission issue at present, which is not consistent as a state park. The admission fee is for profit. The maintenance of the facilities is pretty low. An example would be the shower head. I spoke with their manager. He moved the shower from one point to another and changed the shower head. So it's one shower for people now leaving the beach. If you have a baby and you're holding the baby, you cannot run the shower at the same time because you need to hold on. So that's just an example of the poor quality of the shower. The toilet facilities lack cleanliness, just restocking of supplies. The parking, which I know is a major issue for residents of Scarborough, is poorly managed. If it were managed, it appears there could be enough parking area. There has been an overflow. However, there's no one managing that parking like you would at a ski hill. So my argument is at this point, if it is run as for profit, then it should not be referred to as a state park. If it's going to continue as a state park, it should be managed by the Bureau, the Maine Bureau of State Parks, and oversee it. One example, recently, I would say a year ago, there were trees that were cut down in the state park. And I am almost positive that the Bureau was not aware of it. The reason for cutting the trees down was for additional parking. So as an example of if the State Bureau is going to be overseeing this as a state park, then it needs to do its job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Frackman? Seeing none. Oh, no, seeing none. Thank you for being here. Representative Warren, we have you next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I've got some, a little additional comments, and I also have a proposed solution that I hope might be moving the ball forward in some way. And I respect that it sort of moves in a direction closer to the bill as I originally introduced it, which is consistent with what I heard for years from constituents, that there was a desire to not use the term state park. I think the alternative approach of moving the day-to-day use back over to the Bureau would be a much larger change, and looking to create the least impact while doing the most good to address issues is sort of my big picture interest in bringing this bill forward on behalf of my constituents. So that's sort of where I was coming from, but I'm going to go through my testimony a bit, and you'll see the proposed sponsor amendment, which is a reflection of what I think is my big picture view, being that there should be a little bit more of a publicly facing conversation with what I think are some of the key stakeholders around this really unique management style of what is ultimately a common or public land space. So I'm going to move into this here. Say good morning, Chair Talbot Ross, Chair Pluker, and respected colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I appreciate this opportunity to share a sponsor amendment. Following consultation after the end of this last legislative session and before the start of this one, numerous members of my community have expressed a whole diversity of perspective on how to move forward. And that has led me to this current proposal that's before you on page 3 and 4, front to back. When I introduced the bill last May, I brought a bill forward following years of local and statewide complaints of the confusion in the way that Scarborough Beach works differently than other state parks. Issues such as the large congestion that has, at least a mile of parking on some of our most popular days of the summer months in what is a one road dead end sort of peninsula in a ecologically sensitive watershed area in our community. Due to the private management model, I thought at the time that the clearest remedy would simply be to remove state park from the title of the beach to provide clarity for those years of complaints. The committee had a very different perspective at that time and advanced a bill to require state park passes be accepted at Scarborough Beach State Park, as it is a state park at the end of the day. And I understand and appreciate and greatly respect that commitment to equity. However, the response within my community reflected primarily concerns about how this change would impact traffic and congestion concerns, although you will hear from those that are part of the management company about how this will affect their bottom line and their business and how they're able to profit from the resource. But I think more broadly, this has brought up legitimate concerns of what already exists in as far as congestion and traffic issues. And that's on a municipal road. So it's not a state issue primarily, but it happens because it's a state park right there. So the response reflecting those traffic and congestion concerns have led to fears of safety, air pollution, and responsible management of the resource along this dead-end road in this ecologically sensitive area. And in respect of those views, and after receiving and soliciting as much community feedback as possible between the close of last session and the start of this one, I have drafted this alternative proposal I would like to present to this committee as an alternative to the committee's amendment that I hope is responsive to the committee's intent, but balances the nuanced community perspectives that exist regarding the issues of consumer transparency and congestion around this important issue and the related nature of a couple issues in seeking a most productive way forward. I hope that with this notion of collaboration, that you'll see the wisdom in allowing path forward that acknowledges the nuance here and allows solutions which can center community and public impact. The proposal attached on this page 3 and 4, front and back, would establish a temporary task force, which would put the responsibility of decision-making around issues of consumer transparency, decreasing traffic congestion along the municipal road adjacent to the park, and consider ways to increase equitable access to this resource that I know was an important consideration for this committee, in the hands of those that would know best. And that would be the Bureau alongside the management company and the town of Scarborough to solicit community feedback in a publicly facing way, in the way that I have done privately with constituents, and come back to this agricultural committee at the start of next session with any policy recommendations or a shared memorandum of understanding, which is responsive to those community needs, alongside the importance of equitable access to the resource itself beyond my community. My interest here is that the park, with being such a unique geographic location and management structure, the concerns of Mainers, park pass owners, abutting residents in Scarborough, and all residents should be heard, and changes that are made either by this committee, by the Bureau, or by the management company should be done with public input, solicited, centered, and leading change makers and how they move forward. And I already we've been able to hear from Marilyn this morning, so I won't belabor that point there, but moving along, after many conversations and 2 listening sessions in our community, I believe this proposal is an attempt to thread the needle here on where this bill began, which I respect that the committee was not supportive of at the time, to where the committee went in reporting out the bill, but is trying to maybe appreciate the level of nuance that we've got going on here, and the need for maybe further conversation about what is kind of a present issue of congestion and ecologically responsible management of this resource. The amendment, it replaces the original bill. It changes the title, converting it to a resolve that requires coordination among the Bureau, the town, and Black Boy Resource Management. This coordination would direct these key stakeholders to review operations, access management, and public communication at Scarborough Beach State Park. As part of the process, the resolve would ask the Black Point Resource Management to hold at least 3 public meetings and to actively solicit input from local residents, including those abutting the resource, and Maine State Park pass holders more broadly. And the task force would then submit those policy recommendations or memorandum of understanding, reflecting any non-legislative operational changes or additional resources that are needed from the state. Based on that report, the committee could report out a bill if such is needed at that time. The amendment would add an emergency preamble, so it could begin, obviously, as soon as possible. Ultimately, the resolve is about bringing the right people to the table, so that every stakeholder is heard and supported in this process, rather than imposing that one-size-fits-all solution. It creates a structured space for collaboration, transparency, and problem-solving grounded in the lived experience and community impact. It also acknowledges the problems I think that each party ought to take on some responsibility for resolving. I think there are present issues that I hear from constituents that I don't know is in the purview and on the table for each of these stakeholders as important issues to be resolved. But I think ultimately it's hard to come to good solutions without each party and the public at the table. This proposal is that attempt to thread the needle, as well as add this explicit focus on congestion, which has really been brought to my attention as a core issue that currently exists with my constituents, and they want to see that addressed alongside that original proposal of changing of the name without that state park reference. I really appreciate your consideration and all the dialogue that this issue has certainly brought to the fore, and I would respectfully ask for your support and to not move forward with the bill as was voted out of the committee at the end of last session. And I know that there are others here who have their variety of perspective, and I would look forward to hear their thoughts and to get your perspective as well, and hopefully find a way forward that can reflect and represent the needs of my community, but also the state for a public resource such as this. That's all I'd have to share, but also happy to answer any questions and otherwise appreciate this opportunity for myself and other stakeholders to be able to share additional context and thoughts about the committee amendment.
Thank you very much, Representative Warren. Questions from the committee for the representative, Senator Representative.
All right, thank you, Representative Warren. Just a bit of a refresher since we last went over this several different occasions. So my understanding is the the Bureau of Parks and Lands has no interest in operating the beach as a state park. The town of Scarborough has declined the opportunity to run the beach as a town beach or however they may choose to operate it. So the only option is private operation,
Yes.
lease to a private company.
Yes. Yes. So obviously the Bureau would have to take it over if no contract could be made, if no one wanted to enter into a lease contract relationship. But my understanding is the Bureau would not want to take on that responsibility. So, and my intent in bringing the bill forward originally was that constituents and park pass holders across the state didn't know about the fact that it was privately run. And that's not a primary focus of mine. My concern is the consumer transparency around why, for example, senior citizens are charged to enter, or why a state park pass cannot be used, or if there are congestion concerns, which there are really legitimate ones, which I think over the years has tried to be addressed, and that depending on who you ask in the town, some think the town should be responsible for, some think the state should be responsible for it being a state park, but that ultimately the management company has been one of the only ones who has taken steps to ameliorate that problem. And it's ultimately continues to be a problem. It's sort of part of the concern that I hear from my constituents. And that is partly a legitimate safety concern, if nothing else. But it's a municipal road next to a state park. So it's a little bit of, who's ultimately responsible here. But at the end of the day, my feeling is there's a consumer transparency issue, which is why I brought the bill forward originally as I did, to just remove the name state park. And separately from that, I think there's some legitimate questions about congestion and how the resource is managed most appropriately. And I think absent some publicly facing conversation, it's not clear to me how and if there will be any alleviation of any of these concerns, because it does seem like each party involved didn't on their own see these as problems that they were responsible for resolving, or the level of concern that does exist from my constituents, at least as far as I've heard.
Okay, I would just follow up real quickly. Over the years, I've been hearing and I've heard the neighbors in the neighborhood further beyond the park, the beach, have had quite a lot of opposition to any of the operators of that beach for quite a number of years. Does that appear to be correct?
Yes, there is a fair bit of opposition. I think, though, my hope would be to find solutions that don't target any one person, don't target a business just for being a business, or and just seek to try and improve the day-to-day experiences of those that want to use this public resource. I respect and have definitely heard those perspectives, but I think at the end of the day, we should maybe look at what we can do together, what is productive. And that's my hope here, is sort of to think about what are reasonable solutions. And in so far doing, I think I want to look at all the parties generously and think about the ways that we can find solutions that benefit all of us, is sort of my hope. So I can acknowledge that, but I feel like it's more productive to think about how we can be good partners in support of this public resource.
Representative Drett.
Thank you for being here. I guess maybe I have a dumb question. I live way up north. I've never been to the parks and all this and all that. So if a person gets one of these passes, is it possible for them to say on the pass that it's not where they can and can't go?
It does, I believe.
So if it does say that's where these guys, it's not a state park.
Yeah.
Then what's
The problem.
what's kind of the problem is people going there and saying, hey, I got a pass.
I think they don't read the fine print.
Well,
And
I don't know that we can fix.
I think there is a way to fix it. It would be to remove
Yeah, if we take away the state park.
and so
And
there's, for example, there's a big sign off the highway that says, Scarborough State Park.
Yeah, maybe they should peel that off or or
And
scrape it off.
that's was originally what my bill proposal
Yeah, Scarborough
was.
Beach.
Yeah, because it is Scarborough Beach and it's not operating like a state park like others are. That was my original proposal last session. I respect that the committee didn't want to move forward in that way at the time. I know there was that you folks kind of were reviewing some of that that literature and what's available on the website and things, but I think my interest is not to, ask that folks read the fine print so much as appreciate and acknowledge that over the years I've gotten a fair bit of feedback that's critical and folks that just want to bring their families out for a good summer day and then wait for, in a mile long line and then XYZ. And so I'm just looking for a solution. If I acknowledge that there are people who are confused and with that generous understanding and the amount of people that I've heard from, I accept that there's a certain amount of confusion here and I would like to resolve it.
I guess just to follow up. Okay. So it takes money to run things. So if you give all free passes or is that basically the issue here is the free passes and.
So that, so a couple things. So there's all entrance to Scarborough Beach is at a cost, either and presently you can get a seasonal pass to Scarborough Beach, which I think allows you access to a couple of our local beaches, beachfronts, or you can have a single-use pass. Separate from that, my impression is that there are a variety of folks who have purchased the state park pass, so that's also not free, but they have that and they believe that they're able to use it at any state park. Other state parks that have a different management model that's not done by the Bureau don't charge to the level that Scarborough Beach does, which I think is part of what contributes to this problem in agita. And so I think the concern that the management company, who I think is here today, they oppose the requirement to use to accept state park passes because it will affect their bottom line and the amount of profit that they can make from this resource. My understanding of the committee's position is that, it is a public resource. So, perhaps there should be less profit made if it helps to treat every park the same and the state park pass holders the same. That was one of many issues that constituents brought to me as concerns. Another one, just, in my thought about coming to broader solutions, there's a charge that's made to senior citizens, and that's not done at other state parks. And so though we're trying to address this through the committee amendment by requiring acceptance of state park passes, perhaps it would be just as or more equitable to just require that they allow senior citizens to go in for free. Both of those options affect the bottom line of the management company. So that's sort of a fundamental question is how much and what types of resources do we want to allow to be at profit? What is the financial impact? And separate from that, what does the committee want from this park? Separate from that, sort of to me, is coming back to the fundamental issue that led me to bring forward the bill. And what I hear from my constituents is completely separate from whether necessarily we accept state park passes. It's either that it's not functioning like other state parks, so it probably ought not be called that unless the Bureau wants to take over responsibility for it like they do at others, or issues of congestion, which I think are quite legitimate and implicate safety and our ecology. And I think those may require additional financial resources from the state, which is part of why I think that having everyone be in the room together and come back would be useful, because right now there's not a place you can go to express those concerns. And I represent quite a few beachfronts in my community, and most of them are municipally owned. And we can go to the Scarborough Town Council and express our concerns, and they are generally speaking received, and problems are addressed. This public-private partnership creates a lot of confusion and uncertainty and lack of clarity. And that's part of what's led me to get such a diversity of opinions and things that maybe ought to be done differently. And so my thought about this proposal is versus either proposal that I've offered or that the committee has written is to have that publicly facing conversation, because there is such level of confusion that does exist, and what it feels to me to be legitimate issues to be resolved that right now it feels like no one party feels the responsibility to address or is not soliciting that input. And so they're not fully aware of what the concerns are, because I have to tell you, there really are quite a variety of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like we're making this an awfully complicated issue when it shouldn't be this complicated. So I would suggest that we remove the state park moniker from the name. So it's gone. And then, since this is owned by the Bureau of Parks and Land, that they in turn must, within the first month of operation, go in and inspect the facilities. And the facilities need to be brought up to whatever the state standard is for all state parks. So if there's problems with shower heads or whatever, so those deficiencies are then listed to the operators, and the operators have 30, 45 days, whatever, to fix them. Then the state comes back in and inspects to make sure that that's done. Then annually after that, the same thing. They come in at the beginning of the season, inspect it to make sure it's at their standards, and it's up to the operators to keep it at that level. To me, that seems to be a pretty simple, straightforward, let's go do this. So that's what I would suggest.
I appreciate that.
And you're welcome to respond to that.
Oh, sure.
But we do have BPL here, and I'm sure BPL is ready and eager to respond to that as well. But
Yes, and
yeah.
no, I appreciate that. That was sort of consistent with how the bill I brought forward originally. And so my attempt here is to find a place between where the committee was at, which was a very different bill, and where my constituents were at, which is what led me to bring forward the bill. Maybe separate from that a little bit is I think there is a legitimate congestion issue, and it's hard to know who feels responsible for addressing that. I think it is a combined state, local, and private need to address. So I guess in the interest of my constituents, I would just say these two pieces would be an improvement for them for what they wanted. So I thank you for naming them and trying to get to a more simple, straightforward place. The only thing I'd say is there does seem to be a congestion issue, and it's hard to know absent some type of intervention that brings these parties together. But otherwise, I can also step down and let you hear from people.
Perhaps the congestion issue, though, might be taken care of somewhat if it's no longer called a state park.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
now all of a sudden people know it's the Scarborough Beach Park or whatever.
Yeah.
So it may kind of resolve itself to a point. I don't know.
That was part of me bringing that proposal forward, was that hope. So I thank you. I agree with you. And I can step down.
And I think we might have more questions for you.
Oh, no. Okay.
Representative Bunker.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this to our attention on that. I'm learning more and more every time I listen to this issue. And it is quite a quagmire of issues, and I'll probably hold my questions for either the Bureau, and I'm not sure if someone from Black Point Management is also here. Mine is more of that level of questions, and what's the contractual relationship and expectations between the park and the Bureau itself, if that's some of the resolve that could come into this. But this is what a unique relationship issue in fees and how they're used and how they're collected or not, and how they're expended and how participants in using the park, how their expectations are met or not. There's got to be some resolve, but I'm anxious to clarify what the Bureau's responsibility truly is to part of these issues. And the other issue is a former select person fighting over roads and streets and parking issues is another side issue, but that's a municipal responsibility in part to this also, where roadside parking and adequate parking and whatnot's are concerned. So I'm gonna listen carefully to the other two parties rather than berating you with my questions.
No, absolutely. I think, no, I completely appreciate that. And I think that's fair. I think that's part of why having the town be a stakeholder would be important. I think each party feels that the other is responsible for the certain problems, but my feeling is I just want them to be addressed and to feel like there's a publicly facing conversation. The private lease relationship is, there's changes that can be made with the agreement of both parties. My concern there is just that I feel the public needs to have a shared voice. And I would like to have that to be a transparent soliciting of feedback and comments. And I think absent some type of intervention that tries to bring that out explicitly, that we may not get to resolve some of these issues, I guess, or new ones as they come up. So that's the only thing I'd add. But yes, no, absolutely. I know they do inspections and these sorts of things. So I look forward to hear from
I think we have one more question for you from Representative Hepler.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Warren. So I'm a longtime local official, and it kind of piggybacks on what Stephen, Representative Bunker was saying. A longtime local official, we have private roads that have congestion, town roads that have congestion. And what we've had really good luck with, and maybe this is more towards the other parties here, is like you get the town to deal with the congestion issues, bring in BPL, Black Point, whatever, and hash it out with those guys. We have had pretty robust involvement in that. So
That's great to know. Absolutely.
All right. And next, and I don't know, Jack Lufkin is next on the list. And if you'd like to speak now, you may, or if you wanted to hear what BPL had to say first, whichever way works best for you. Come on. And before you, are there others in the room who don't have their name on this list who'd like to speak? Okay, saying no.
Do I sign in somewhere?
No,
I'm good. All right, thank you. Thank you today, Representative Pluker. My name is Jack Lufkin. I am the president of the Sprague Corporation. I'm a resident of Portland and in Senator Rachel Talbot Ross's district. The Sprague Corporation owns jointly with One Beach Corporation, which is owned by Greg Wilford, Black Point Resource Management. So I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Black Point Resource Management. We are a Scarborough company. We employ about 20 people, 13 or so lifeguards, gate attendants, and the like. I do want to address a couple of things, but first of all, I will be brief. I know you guys have a lot on your agenda. To answer Representative Cooper's question relative to the neighborhood association, they have been working very hard over the last, this park has been operated by Black Point Resource Management since the 90s. So it is a successful public-private partnership. And there have been challenges through the years, but the neighborhood association is very much in favor of the current management structure. As a matter of fact, Representative Warren held a listening session last night and Monday night as well. Those representatives were there, and they talked an awful lot about the status quo, which has been built upon years of discussion with the town, with Black Point Resource Management, and with the state to make sure that we're managing the resource appropriately. I've heard congestion used here an awful lot. This year we had 12 days. Now you remember the spring wasn't very good last year, but then the summer was spectacular. We had 12 days where we had to go into our overflow lot. So congestion is being managed well according to the town, according to the neighborhood association. Is there always room for improvement? Absolutely. We're welcome to those kinds of comments, but everyone has their own perspective, but we are the entity that is managing those traffic and congestion, as opposed to the town, where other communities have to pay the town to manage those things. So I just want to clear up that as confusion. The other thing is, as part of our lease arrangement with the state owns this property. We are at their, we have to live up to the obligations of the lease. Part of that is we meet with them annually to talk about fees. Every fee that we charge, every pass that we sell has been approved by the Bureau of Parks and Land. The operational management, they are welcome at any time, and they receive complaints, which they pass on to us, or we receive complaints, which we address. You're operating a busy beach. Sometimes the bathrooms need to be cleaned, but you and as it relates to shower heads, we're in an environmentally sensitive area, so you do need to make sure that water just doesn't run continually. But I don't want to digress too much, because we take those complaints very seriously. The Bureau relays those to us. We take those seriously. So what has been suggested in terms of, a 30-day review by BPL folks, we are 100% on board with that. There are fewer folks that are confused about State Park. I will tell you, I have a 28-year-old son, so I can tell you it goes back a while. I've had a state park pass for a while. It says right on it, not valid at Scarborough Beach State Park, plus a few others, right? We're not the only one. So insofar as the challenge about making sure that there's clarity, I think removing State Park from the name might add some clarity to that, and might go a long way. But we're more than happy to engage in whatever process. But at the end of the day, we are serving at the state's pleasure. So anything that the state wants to do relative to hey, tweak this, do that. That's all part of our contract. We're happy to do that. We have a contract. We have a lease through May of 2029. We hope that we've shown in the 30 plus years that we've managed it, that we're good stewards, good neighbors, and we would like to continue to do so. And if there's opportunities for improvement, we absolutely are happy to figure those out. So I provided written testimony in advance. I'm not going to go over that because you have that. I'm also on the Greater Portland Chamber of Commerce. I'm also on the Scarborough Chamber of Commerce, and the Greater Portland Chamber of Commerce has issued their statement in support of this. So I would love to get back to what was originally intended, which was to remove the state park, and we are happy to have those operational modifications from the Bureau of Public Lands always. And but the bill as was amended. Again, I keep going back to the word congestion. How opening this small resource on a 2-lane road, opening up to 40,000 state park pass holders, that's only going to increase congestion. I think any reasonable person would agree with that. So which is why the town came out and opposed it, which is why the neighborhood association opposed it. So I promised I wouldn't carry on, so I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the Bureau of Parks and Land come in and inspect now regularly, or what type of inspection is it? Do they tell you that there's deficiencies here, or what do they do?
I'm gonna ask my business partner, Gregory Wilford. So
what we're going to do at this point
Okay.
is finish with your testimony.
Okay.
Questions that you're not able to answer,
yes,
we can pass along.
Okay.
Next on the list is
the
Director
Bureau.
Cutco.
Yeah.
In one moment. Yeah.
thanks.
So just, I'm welcome to have other people sign up to testify. Representative Dill, did you have any other questions?
No.
Other questions from the committee? The bill as passed out of the committee originally would have set up a situation where at the end of your contract, you would go back into negotiations with BPL to to essentially figure out a situation where park passes could be honored at Scarborough State Park. And my assumption at that point was that you would have the opportunity to renegotiate prices to make sure that your bottom line stayed where it is currently. If we took out the conversation around congestion, does that kind of thinking make sense to you, or does it not?
The Bureau has the ability, regardless of whether or not this passes, to renegotiate anything when the lease is up for renegotiation. So that has been sort of like a question that I've had in my mind is why does this even need legislative intervention? We are open to that conversation, but there has to be an understanding from the town, from the neighbors and the stakeholders as to what, additional cars on that road is going to, if the assumption is that by doing that, you're going to have more cars on the road, then we need to understand very clearly about that from a congestion standpoint.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee for Mr. Lufkin? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And I think we'll hear from Director Cutco next.
Good morning. I'm Andy Cutco. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Parks and Lands, and you've heard a lot this morning on this issue, so I will try not to take too much more of your time. Mostly I'm here to answer questions. I think I'll make 3 points that I've just jotted down listening to the discussion. One, I just want to be crystal clear that there is an existing lease in place, and that lease ends in May of 2029. I did have a conversation on the way over here this morning with the Attorney General's office just to confirm that it would be very problematic for the legislature to terminate that lease. So I want to just kind of set those sideboards in terms of the existing lease. I did, Representative Bunker, just look over the language of the lease this morning to your question about what does it require? It does require that the park be maintained to be consistent essentially with the operational and management standards of state parks. That is one of the whereas clauses in the lease. So that's point number one, is that there is an existing lease. Secondly, just to provide a little bit of nuance on, I think, a statement from Representative Warren that the Bureau doesn't want to manage the park. It's probably a little bit more complicated and nuanced than that. It's that I think theoretically, we'd be open to managing the park, but it's a really difficult place to manage. It has a lot of visitors in the geography that they exist. It would be difficult for the Bureau to hire people at the wages that we offer. Black Point has the ability to offer more money and essentially recruit more people than I think we would be challenged to manage it. We were asked that question, I think, in the last session, and we put a fiscal note on it that was somewhere in the neighborhood of $750,000 for staffing alone. So I think that's probably an underestimate. And at the end of the day, I think as Jack has said, is it a unique situation? Yes, but we feel that they do a good job of managing it. It's a system that's not really broken. So theoretically, we'd be open to managing it, but I think that's a big lift. So that's the second point. And the last point is I just want to put this in some type of context or in terms of our overall priorities. I don't know who happened to be watching TV at 6 a.m. this morning, but there was a piece on News Center Maine. I was there on Monday at Popham Beach. Popham Beach is literally washing away into the ocean. It's dramatic for anyone who hasn't been there. We've got some NOAA funding to look into how we manage Popham Beach. That is our busiest state park with traditionally more than 200,000 people a year. It's a big revenue generator. It's washing into the ocean. We also have $50 million of ARPA funds, federal funds that we are investing in state park infrastructure all across the state. That has a hard and fast deadline of the end of this calendar year. And we also have some pretty significant, just more generally speaking, recruitment and retention challenges with staff. So it's the last year of the Mills administration. There are a lot of things on our plate. We are definitely open to public input. I appreciate the efforts of Representative Warren to collect local input, and we are always open to public input and how to manage this place. I do have some concerns about investing in a significant stakeholder group, simply because of the time and time required and priorities. Just a very quick off-the-cuff reaction to Representative Dill's recommendation. You know, I haven't run this up the chain with Commissioner and so forth, but that seems workable to me, to remove the name and to do regular inspections. My understanding is that we do have regular inspections, but we could certainly, you know, do one within 30 days and report back before the end of the session on what we find and what improvements need to be made. I think that would, I assume that would be workable with the Black Point folks. So I'll stop there. Just wanted to bring those things to your attention.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Well, you did. Oh yeah, Representative Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just was curious. It sounds like there is communication between Black Point and you about any issues that come up. How often do issues come up? How often do you hear we were lacking supplies in the bathrooms or whatever?
Well, from a formal standpoint, we have meetings every year. We have them typically in the fall after the season. We talk about how things went, how hiring went, how, you know, we talk about the traffic and congestion problems. Talk about a whole range of things. However, on an operational level, really, whenever something critical comes up, they call us. It's usually at the level of Ron Hunt, our Director of Operations and Maintenance, and Greg Wilford, who's here, I think, talk on a frequent basis about managing situations. So there's both a formal process and an informal process, and I think it works pretty well.
Other questions? Yeah, Representative Cooper.
All right, thank you. Andy, I remember from last spring in our discussions, I had this suggestion, why not change the sign, take State Park off from it? And I do not remember where the opposition came from, but there was an issue about removing the State Park from Scarborough Beach from the signage. I don't, if you could refresh.
I will let Representative Pluker.
Thank you. And I would welcome your input, but I think there may be an issue with putting in statute what they can call themselves. It's a First Amendment issue. And so it is something that could happen within a lease. And if the BPL is open to, you know, them not calling them a state park, I think that's okay. But if we put it into statute that they may not call themselves a state park when they are indeed a state park, we run into some constitutional issues. And so I think that was one reason why we weren't going to legislate that. But
I don't have anything to add to that. Your recollection may be more detailed on that than mine.
I would follow up. Does BPL have any problem with them not calling themselves a state park?
I think it's a workable resolution to this complicated situation. I understand from a public perspective the confusion that all of this causes, and I think this addresses part of that. I also think I understand why people could say, well, wait, it's a state park. Why aren't you calling it a state park? But in this situation, I think it's a way to address some of the issues.
Further questions from the committee? I think I heard in your testimony that you are not ready to run a task force, and if we were to pass a bill requiring task force, then there would likely be a fiscal note.
I guess what I'd say about a task force is, you know, we welcome public input. A long protracted involved task force that would require a lot of staff time is something I'd have concerns about and would have a fiscal note from our end. So if there were, you know, alternative ways to seek public input, I think we would appreciate those.
Great, thank you. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none. We hold our right to call you back at any moment.
Absolutely.
Don't go away.
And we'll hear
Don't go
from
Yeah, don't-
Gregory Wilford. Sorry, just Greg.
Yeah, that could be Gregory. It is. Hi, my name's Greg Wilford. I'm a partner in Black Point Resource Management. My company, One Beach Corp. Just gonna start with a little history. I've been at that park since it was a state park. It was bought in 1972. I started as a 17-year-old lifeguard. I've been there ever since. I walk down on that beach and it was the most gorgeous thing I ever saw, and I've never left. When I was a lifeguard, then a park manager for the Bureau, and then in 1992, budget cuts came in. They did not own, because of the Moody Beach issue, the state of Maine only owned 66 feet of beach. The Sprague Corporation owned the rest of the beach. So what happened was the state didn't want to pay any money for liability insurance to the Sprague Corporation. So they in turn said, we're going to turn it over to the Sprague Corporation. I got wind of it, and I went at the same time because my job was going to be eliminated, or I was going to, take a demotion, whatever. And I made a deal with the Sprague Corporation and worked the whole deal, because I was left in charge of doing the deal with the state to take over the management of the beach. And that would start in 1993. Originally, I wanted to sell state park passes. And if I did do that, I wouldn't have made it, because there'd be no way, because people wouldn't have bought them from us. They would have bought them from the state, and we would have gone under. But at the time, the Bureau didn't want that. So with Herb Hartman, who was the director at the time, I said to Herb, give me Crescent Beach. Well, he threw in Crescent Beach, Two Lights, and Ferry Beach. So in my original contract, our pass was good at Crescent, Two Lights, and Ferry Beach down in Saco. So that way it gave me something to make sure that the beach would run. So from 93 to 98, I ran it as Scarborough Beach Park. That's what it was called. I'm just going back one time, from 72 to 76, it was called Jordan's Beach, because that was the original name of Gladys Jordan that ran the beach. I worked with her the first summer. So from 76, and I still have the sign, it never said State Park. It said Scarborough Beach in the shorter version, ORO, instead of the UGH on the end. And then we kept that, and the only thing when it went to Scarborough Beach Park, we just it was Department of Conservation at the time. We just put the hour sign on it to cover that, because we were running it privately. So it was called Scarborough Beach Park. And one of the requirements or asked is to have lifeguards. And at that time, we probably had 6. We're up to 13 now, plus 3 water rescue dogs on the beach. And I'm just throwing these things out. We're the first state park to have ADA mats in it. We went to those 6 years ago. They're phenomenal. And everyone's seen how well they work, because it's the only entrance way to the beach is one when you come in. We have a 275 car parking lot. The winter storms 2 years ago, which is now has affected Popham again, we were devastated. Couldn't wait. Nobody had money. So I self-funded about a $200,000 project to bring that park back within 5 weeks to where it should be. I'm waiting on FEMA funds. Hopefully they come through. If not, the state of Maine got a $200,000 bonus from me. But we put that park back. We had to remove trees that were leaning into the parking lot, 13 total. We had no choice because of the devastation. We had a 6-foot wall of water come down the middle of the parking lot and bring 2,000 cubic feet of sand into the parking lot. Within 5 days, we were able to put it all back where it originally was. It wasn't on the beach, it was on the entranceway. So we put a lot of time and effort in to get that park back. Yes, do people not like pit toilets? I know 99% of the women don't. So I know that's one of the features that is there, and there's not much you can do when you got a marsh, and we deal with that. And from the standpoint of safety, we've had over 1,000 rescues at Scarborough Beach. Matter of fact, I got a letter from Senator Collins congratulating me on having over 100 rescues in my career this past year. I'm very proud of our staff and what we do. We know that it's very important that fees are important to run the park, because we have more lifeguards at our state park than all the coastal state parks do combined. So I'm very proud of that because we take safety number one. We're the first state park to have an SAR, which is a search and rescue jet ski. It's the only one in New England that has running lights on it. We assist the town
Appreciate
when
that.
they call us. So we're very pro-community. I deal with the town all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilford. Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right.
Questions from the committee? It sounds from your, I'll just start off. I suspect that men and women might both have.
Oh, yeah,
problems with
yeah.
the-
I'm
with
just,
the
I
toilet.
just said that's the biggest complaint.
Sure.
Yeah.
And and some women like pit toilets. And it sounds like you don't have a problem with taking taking State Beach down from your signs.
No,
Okay,
because we really never had it. That was put up in 2000.
Great.
They came in and put up the sign.
And if what I'm imagining now, this is a work session, which is different from public hearing. So we're going to just kind of spitball. It sounds like there's broad consensus around taking down State Beach from the signs that State Park, thank you, not State Beach, State Park. And then that there is also consensus on working together to making sure the maintenance issues are dealt with. And then congestion is an issue which affects everybody. And so continuing to work with the town, as it sounds like the conversation's already begun around congestion, makes sense. And what I'm thinking is at this point, we might just be a letter from the committee to the Sprague Corporation or Beach Point and the town and BPL, asking everybody to work together to address these issues, especially as we look forward to the renewal of the lease. And that's what I'm thinking now. I know our representative just left the room, but feedback or questions? Yeah.
So would we still need statutory language to to remove State Park from the beach, or we could just do that in a letter?
I would say just do it in a letter. I think that we might, telling a state park not to call itself a state park there might be legal issues with that. But doing it, whereas we're in a situation where everybody seems in agreement on it, it's not necessary to legislate it. Yeah. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Yeah, Representative Bunker. Just get up, Mr. Wolford. You're excused.
Oh, okay.
I should have asked either the parties from the Bureau or Black Point. I was just curious, at the risk of micromanaging, does anybody have a long-term solution to parking congestions that hasn't been addressed or is still being discussed? I know that's a huge issue, and acreage to do that, I'm sure, is a challenge. And I don't envy the community trying to figure that out either. And that may be just a part of the element of being a very busy location with few parking spots. So I'd be interested in the answer if there is one.
Yeah, Mr. Lufkin, if you'd like to answer the question.
Thank you for that question. So we've worked very hard on the parking situation, which obviously contributes to the congestion. So, but again, it's a balance with the neighborhood and everybody to make sure we have the right. So as Greg mentioned, we have a 275 car parking lot. We, through our own expense, went through the town and received approval for an overflow lot across the street. As I mentioned last year, we only used it 12 days. So I think the congestion issue is trending in the right direction. But that cost us over $30,000 to go through the process to get that approved. And the first year license for that from the town of Scarborough was $5,000. So we're committed to making sure that the congestion is mitigated. Again, there's always room for improvement, and we're happy to figure that out. But we've made substantial commitments, and that's why I think the neighborhood and the town have generally been quite pleased with the result. So,
Representative.
Yeah.
I would venture a guess too, even though you talk about congestion in the parking lot, there's an awful lot going down on that road that leads to congestion, not just the beach.
Right. Correct. You have the ferry beach. That is the Scarborough Ferry Beach, not the state one in Saco. It's a very busy area in the summer. So,
I guess my feeling is you know, if the parking lots are full, the person just has to go find another place to recreate. Because it's not good for the beach to have that much extra, that many people anyway, I would think.
That is the delicate balance. You were absolutely right. The issue where the park is located is that it's a dead end road. So without a way to tell people that the parking lot is full, they've driven all the way down the Black Point Road. And then they have to turn around and then they have to go back. And perhaps they go to Crescent, perhaps they go to Ferry, or they, you know, but you're right. It creates a very difficult situation there.
A follow-up, if that's
Yeah.
right.
Go ahead. Representative Hepler, would you have a question or just?
Yes.
To the director? Okay.
Yes.
Representative.
I was just gonna, I mean, there's no way to have a staff person to run that parking situation, to just say lots full, don't bother coming down the road? I've
We
never
do.
been there, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, happy to, you know, so we do. And we're allowed by the town to actually queue the people, because it takes a minute to get somebody even through, even if they have a pass, right? They allow us to queue people on the left side of the road as you approach. So into oncoming traffic, because we have staff people, Greg has staff people to help manage that. And again, only in 12 instances through, you know, from mid-June until September, which was perfect weather, we only had 12 instances that we had to direct people across the street. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Director Cutco might have an answer for some of the, can you let people know ahead of time?
1 second.
Oh, but-
Please, 1 second. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Are there any questions for Mr. Lockett? Seeing none. Mr. Cutco, could you come to the microphone?
Yeah, sorry, I just had one idea that may be of interest to the committee because it applies to other state parks, an idea that we are considering, and it's a concept of day use reservations. So anyone who has been recently up to the top of Acadia National Park, or if you've been to a busy national park out west, you can go online, you can get a reservation for a place a day or two in advance, and that way you have some predictability as to whether you'll be able to get in or not. We're considering that at places like Popham Beach State Park, because you don't want to wake up in the morning in Skowhegan and drive to Popham and realize that it's full. So we haven't had, you know, a lot of discussion with Scarborough about that, but given its computer age, everyone does everything by phone these days with QR codes and so forth. That's something that we're exploring, and it would help alleviate congestion and provide greater predictability at places like Scarborough and Popham.
Thank you very much, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the other thing that is used heavily at Popham are the text alerts for the
Yes.
beach. And I assume that might be something that could be used here, right?
Correct. Where there are text alerts that go out, you know, 15 minutes before the parking lot is full. It's not as useful if you're coming from Skowhegan, but if you have access to that. So we're trying to take advantage of technology and people's use of technology for greater awareness around congestion at parks.
Great. Thank you very much. Other questions for the director? Representative Bunker.
Last question, I promise, either for you and or Black Point. In your estimation, is there a workable process to receive citizen complaints that are dealt with either directly through you or to Black Point and get resolved?
I think it's something that we can explore further, and as a result of this conversation, I mean, we are always open to, you know, emails, texts, phone calls, et cetera. But if there's a way to formalize input around Scarborough Beach, I'm sure that Black Point and we would, you know, welcome that through a specific email, you know, our website portal, or, you know, I did express reservations about a long and involved stakeholder group, but certainly holding a meeting, you know, in the town. Representative Warren has done that already. I'm sure she would be supportive of that. So yes, we can absolutely look at ways to formalize public input.
Thank you.
Further questions for the director from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. Sure. All right. Representative Warren, when you were briefly out of the room, we floated the idea of ONTP with a letter asking to deal with congestion, have at least one listening session or more where both the town and Black Point is present, and any community organization that might be represented. There seemed to be broad agreement about taking down the state park designation, but I'm feeling is that we can't put that in statute, that a state park has to take down their state park designation. They'll also deal with maintenance and then I think discuss some of these ideas around text alerts and day use passes and that sort of thing. Questions, comments from the committee? Or even a motion? Yes, sir.
On LD, what's the number here? 1093, I move ought not to pass and a letter to go to the Bureau, directing them to work with the other entities that we've discussed with the information we discussed.
Second that.
Second that.
Further discussion. And we'll draft the letter and bring it back to the committee so everybody can see how it looks. All right. Liv, it looks like we might be ready for a roll. Questions, Karen, comments? No. Okay.
Representative Cooper.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Cray.
Yay.
Representative Cray, yay. Representative Bunker.
Yay.
Representative Bunker, yay. Representative Jackson.
Yay.
Representative Jackson, yay. Senator Ingerson, absent. Senator Black.
Yay.
Senator Black, yay. Senator Talbot Ross, absent. Representative Pluker.
Yay.
Representative Pluker, yay. Representative Jarrett.
Yay.
Representative Jarrett, yay. Representative Dill.
Yes.
Representative Dill, yes. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Frost.
Yes.
Representative Frost, yes. With 2 members absent, 10 unanimously vote on not to pass.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for your time and efforts on this issue. I know it's been a long one. I think we're going to go into 1547, but I personally could use a 5-minute break. And then, so we'll be back here at 11:10, according to that clock. 11:15, even better.
If you get the book on that sugar, they just keep coming back.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to come back together to begin the work session on LD 1547, beginning with an analysis or commentary from Karen.
Commentary for sure. So this is an act to use a portion of the sales tax on snowmobiles to fund main snowmobile trail programs. So the bill was originally referred to taxation. And then this was back in May, and it looks like they went right into work session and re-referred it to us. We held a work session at the end of May. And at that work session, we did hear from Maine Revenue Services and some folks from the departments. But the committee decided, since it was so late in the session, to carry it over. In the meantime, the sponsor of the bill, Senator Black, has been working with the Maine Snowmobile Association on an amendment. You should have a yellow handout in front of you. I've also given you a copy of a statute from Title 12 that's in the Department of IF&W portion of Title 12. It just talks about after all, like where all these snowmobile registration fees go in section 4 of 13104 subsection 4, then it talks about where the remainder of those revenues go. And this is in section 10206, just to give you context. So I can just quickly go over the amendment. So in a nutshell, it increases snowmobile registration fees. So currently for residents, it's $55. And what the amendment proposes to do is kind of do a tiered system where if you pay early, beginning July 1st through December 15th of each year, it remains $55. But then if you pay beginning December 16th through June 30th of the year, it increases to $70. I will say also that the resident registration fee for a snowmobile is valid for 1 year, and it commences on July 1st, follows the fiscal year. So that's the reason behind the dates. Do you feel like you're in IF&W right now? So, and then with the non-resident, currently it's $119. So the amendment says it would be July 1st through December 15th. It would remain at $119. And then it would increase to $150 for kind of those folks who pay later, beginning December 16th through June 30th of each year. And then for non-residents, the 3 consecutive day registration is currently $74. It would increase it to $94. So by $20. And then for in that subparagraph 3 for a 10 consecutive day registration, currently it's $99, and that would also increase by $20 to $119. So I didn't have time to sort of clean this up. There's a lot of repetitive language, but the rest of the amendment, hello. What's the fine? Come on. So basically the rest of the amendment describes for the increase for the late payers where these additional funds would go. And essentially the funds should be transferred to the Department of ACF. And then the Department of ACF allocates a portion of the funds to the Snowmobile Trail Fund, and then another portion to a special fund administered by the Off-Road Vehicle Division of the Bureau of Parks and Lands within DACF. And then these funds just specifies these funds are used to assist any entity that has snowmobile trail grooming contract with the Bureau in the purchase of trail grooming equipment. And they could also be used for the repair or overhaul of trail grooming equipment. And then finally, in section 2 of the amendment, there is a one-time general fund appropriation to the Snowmobile Trail Fund, $1 million in fiscal year ending 2027 to make grants in aid to political subdivisions, educational institutions, regional planning agencies, snowmobile groups, and others for construction and maintenance of snowmobile trails and for research, development, and planning of snowmobile trails. So that's the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we ask James Cody to come up and go over this amendment a little bit he's helped me draft this.
Yeah, and do we have questions for Karen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Put your microphone on, please.
Huh. Yeah, I'm rusty at this. So if I read this correctly, it's no longer coming from a portion of sales tax?
Correct. It's
Okay.
now all about registration fees.
Okay,
And I should have also, or we should have also amended the title, but
okay.
if the
Okay.
committee moves forward with this. Okay.
And then maybe this is a question for Mr. Cody, like, didn't we do this a few years ago in IFNW? But the sales tax thing was the big question. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
And you're buying between July 1st and December 15th, you're buying it. So if it was July 1st to December 15th of 26, you're buying it for 27. Is that correct? And then December 16th through 30th, you're also buying it for 27
For 27?
for 2027.
Oh, yes, yes.
You're buying, so
it's
you're buying it
each-
in
each
26 for
year.
2027.
Yeah.
And if you buy it during 2027
It
for
follows the fiscal
2027, then
year.
it costs more.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
And I will say I did, because I did work with Mr. Cody and Senator Black on this. I don't know if having this mid-month change in the registration fee is going to be administratively problematic for Maine Revenue Services. I don't know.
Okay. Other questions? Yeah, Representative Hepburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is this the fee that's collected by the towns and then the towns forward it to Maine Revenue? Is that how registration fees for snowmobiles are? Okay,
Yeah,
okay. thanks.
outside of my wheelhouse.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
And any other questions for Karen before we bring Mr. Cody up? You're cordially invited to the microphone. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Chair Fluker and members of the committee. I'm James Cody, here today on behalf of the Maine Snowmobile Association. First of all, my appreciation to Karen for helping us with this amendment. I know we've been trying to come to a conclusion on what this would look like, so very much appreciate the support there. I'm happy to answer any questions. If it's helpful, maybe what I could do is just walk down through our logic and sort of the outline of the amendment itself. As you remember last session, this bill came to the committee very late. And we were seeking some portion of the sales tax on snowmobiles to help fill a roughly $3 million gap in the needs of snowmobile clubs around the state. And that need is born because this trail system and this network is largely maintained and supported by volunteers at clubs in your districts and every other district throughout the state. And that infrastructure supports roughly a $600+ million economy. So we are trying to figure out at MSA, how do we fund this shortfall and get the clubs the resources that they need? Our proposal last session was, okay, if we can allocate some portion of the sales tax on snowmobiles specifically, and the general fund could help us out, I'll pause there for laughter. That would be an ideal situation. And we could get to that $3 million. The committee had a great discussion last spring, and we heard the feedback that some members of the committee were interested in helping the program if it came in the form of a registration fee increase. We at that time weren't ready to support a fee increase, but over the course of the summer, we've had a lot of discussions and came up with a concept that is before you, which basically would put more skin in the game on behalf of the snowmobile community and then
give us at least a fighting chance in appropriations to have a conversation with them and see if the state might be willing to do that also. The proposal itself, we tried to accommodate families and budget conscious snowmobilers by making sure that we maintain the current fee structure up until that December 15th deadline. And then tried to increase modestly and become a bit more competitive with other states in terms of the assets that we have with that late season registration. I can let others speak to some of those numbers and details. My understanding is that the new revenue generated with these registration fee increases would be roughly somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.4 to $1.5 million. The proposal to appropriate $1 million from the general fund into these programs would put us at least within striking distance of closing that $3 million gap in the program. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Representative Frost.
And forgive me if you mentioned this and I was like out of it. Did you explain why you chose the date of December 15th?
Mr. Matt Stedman is online. He's vice president of the Maine Snowmobile Association. That may be a question that is better. I think he's probably more equipped to answer that than I am.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is I was thinking about, fees we pay at the town office, and I know like dog licenses expire at the end of December. So I was like just wondering why maybe you didn't start, have that date start, January 1st or something like that. That's all.
I think some of it, and I can let him speak to it, but I think some of it has to do with trying to get that early season registration done prior to the holiday and Christmas break when folks start pursuing these activities. And but I can let him speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when were these last increased? Am I just making things up in my head about when I was on IPW about?
No,
Okay.
you were around, but it
Okay.
was,
Okay.
I have it on good. I have it on good authority that it was 5 years ago. And that has been, I mean, it's not scientific, but it's roughly a 5-year cycle when these fees change.
Thank you for being here. So help me understand this. Basically, I avid snowmobiler since the early 70s. I have 60 of them.
Yeah.
My tie clip is a snowmobile, see? So I'm a snowmobile. No, you can drive a bunch. So I'm a snowmobiler and I live in Aroostook County where they snowmobile. Okay. So the logic is if you register your machines early, then you pay what we paid last year. But if you wait till after December 15th then it's going to be more. Is that what we're doing here?
Yes.
Because I got to go home and tell the people in my area that I voted to raise the snowmobile rates. And they'll probably strangle me. So, but I know I'm a big boy, but that's what I need to go home and sell this to the people. So the logic is register it early.
Register it early, maintain today's price, and that's in the chart on the.
And the weather has changed up home, of course. So some years it doesn't snow till February. So people don't want to register their machines until February. So that's the problem. So how do we, and this year we just happened to have snow and then it disappeared and now it's back. I don't know the future.
Well, and that is, I mean, and I absolutely understand your points, and that is some of the problem or the catalyst behind the need to do something here, because the more folks wait for their registrations or don't register, the less money that's going into these programs. That infrastructure continues to fall apart. So, I mean, it's not an easy situation. What MSA tried to do is have discussions with members and say, can we support this in hopes that the state will put some skin in the game themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you have to register 16 snowmobiles? Okay.
Drive in the fields.
Senator Black.
Well, I think
out of it. You know, a lot of people wait. Don't, they wait, wait for snow and, you know, you can't support a year after year after of trail maintenance without having a commitment, you know, of, you know, the registrations, you know, ahead, you gotta have the money there. And if you're gonna have a trail system, I think if Matt speaks, Matt is from up in your neck of the woods. He's from Ashland, so he's from Aroostook County. He, you know, but you know, so I think that the snowmobile clubs have talked about this, you know, and this is the best logic, the best thing that they can come up with, you know, to help, you know.
We'd rather have a portion of the sales tax on snowmobiles, but you know, in lieu of that, this is sort of what we're left with.
Representative Jackson.
Is the non-resident comparable to New Hampshire?
Mr. Higgins with the department is here to answer some of those types of questions, so I might defer that to him.
The only reason I say that is because I know a lot of people that just soon register their vehicle. I mean, there's snow slides in New Hampshire instead of Maine. If it's over, they've said that before to us. So, because I used to be president of Snowmobile Club.
Sure. Other questions for Mr. Cody? Seeing none, would we like to hear from Mr. Higgins, or are we ready to go online to Higgins?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, well, we go with Higgins, Mr. Higgins, since you're here in the audience with us.
It does,
I
doesn't it?
know. It's
Well, good
chairs.
morning. It still is good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to give you some information on the snowmobile program. My name is Joe Higgins. I am the supervisor for the state of Maine snowmobile program. And we administer the funds for clubs to be able to maintain and groom snowmobile trails. There is a huge need for more funding. Like Mr. Cody had mentioned, we're a $3 million shortfall. I did just give you some handouts. You can look through those and any questions you may have along the way. You know, by all means, I'd be happy to try to answer those questions for you. On the very second page, which is the most important piece, I think, on why we're here, if you look at the total expenses bottom line, you're going to see that the clubs reported a little over $7 million in grooming activity, bridge maintenance, trail clearing, trail building, or whatever it might be. And the program administered $3.9 million, almost $4 million to help offset that cost. The rest of it, they're trying to raise through volunteerism, raising money. Some of it comes out of their own pockets, and many of these members are volunteers. And that's getting harder and harder to come by. So if we could kind of close that $3 million gap, we hopefully will keep this industry going in the right direction. Right now, it's very fragile, not just because of the weather, but also because of the volunteerism and the cost of doing business. As we all know, the last increase we saw to the program was approximately 5 years ago. Since then, I've seen grooming equipment go from $180,000 to $350,000. So that percentage of increase in cost of doing business is getting more and more. Just grooming costs and fuel costs. We had clubs send us actual invoices from fuel companies just to get some kind of handle on what we're spending, what they're all spending. And it's about $1.5 million. So if the program is putting in $4 million to help them offset the cost, and they're spending $1.5 million of that just on fuel costs, it doesn't give them a lot to build bridges, cover insurance costs, and all the other increased costs that they're dealing with. And so I want to kind of also answer the December 15th thought at the time. And that thought was that we budget based on what we think we're going to get for funding. So when I administer grants, I use a 10-year average to figure out, all right, what am I going to get for funding this year? Because we don't actually have that money yet. but yet we still have to approve projects out there in the field. And by having some kind of mechanism to at least get some of that cash in to actually start pre-season work on trails, so that we can reimburse those clubs, we're going to have to do something differently to get the funds to our program so that we can help them offset building bridges and cutting brush and putting up, working with the private landowners. So that was kind of the thought on the December 15th. If we could speed up the cash flow, at least the cash flow, to get the season started, it would be a huge help for the clubs. So those are the kind of things that we're dealing with daily, weekly, whatever it might be. But the overall program is a $600 million plus economic boost to the state. Yes, I know the snow conditions have been very questionable over the last few years, but our registrations have held pretty firm, which is pretty impressive on the product that the state of Maine is offering for people to come here and ride. The outer state registrations continue to increase, but we don't want to forget that we also need our residents. And so the mechanism of having a two-tier registration also gives our residents and anybody else the opportunity to purchase their registrations at a discounted price, but still get that influx of funding coming to the program. So again, I'll answer any questions that you have. Be more than happy to at this point.
Because I'm not super familiar with this program. It looks like all the funding for the program currently comes from gas tax and registration.
Correct.
And then sounds like you make a pretty good guess about how much money will be coming in, and then you dole that out. Has the state ever, I see we're at 56% of total expenses. What's the highest percentage the state's ever reached?
Approximately 65%.
65%.
Yeah,
Okay.
the goal has always been 70, at least try to get to 70%. I think that's only happened once in the last 35 years.
Is the 70% in statute or rule?
No, it's not in statute, but the municipal grants, it is in statute that the municipal grants reimburse it. The highest we can reimburse is at 70%.
Okay.
And we haven't been able to meet that.
Great. And we did have a question about how this compares to the New Hampshire registration.
Yeah, we're still less expensive than New Hampshire, even with the increase.
Other questions from the committee for Mr. Higgins? Yeah, Representative Bunker.
Thank you, Mr. To the chair. What effect, if any, would this proposed change would it be on revenue sharing that would affect communities or counties? Will that make any difference in that?
No, it would be an increase. Are you asking where would that increase would go? It would go to both municipalities directly. All the clubs would benefit from it. We try to be fair when there's ever been an increase to help each and every club with their daily costs. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
I didn't know if this was minimizing or taking away from that portion of the 5% of revenue sharing that goes to cities and towns or to the counties, if that has a negative impact upon that.
It does not.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So do you deal with the ATVs as well, or is that a whole different?
Yeah.
Because they use the trails in the summer and.
Correct. So the ATV program is a separate program.
Yeah.
Matt Foster, who's the supervisor for that program, we're in the same office.
Yeah.
But we manage our programs differently,
Yeah.
separately. We do work together on a lot of projects
Yeah, 'cause
because
you're
they
gonna
are
build a
joint
bridge.
trails and it
Yeah.
only makes sense.
Yeah.
So we do try to budget and look at costs, share where that can be done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the committee before we go to Mr. Stedman? Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the municipal payouts and whatnot. My understanding, at least in the towns that I represent, in town meeting, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding this, like the town provides, at town meeting, money for the local snowmobile club. Does this indicate that at least in Saginaw County, they're not getting any of that?
Okay, so the municipal that you're looking at is actually the municipal grants themselves. And the funds I think you're referring to is the $5.62 of each registration that goes back to the town. They in turn sometimes will support the club and pass it on to them. You're welcome.
Other questions from the committee? Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank
We
you.
can go to Mr. Stedman. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this bill? Say no. Go right ahead, Mr. Stedman.
All right. Thank you very much, members of the committee, for having me here today. As James Cody mentioned, my name is Matt Stedman. I'm the vice president of the Maine Snowmobile Association, and happy to be here to speak with you on behalf of our bill that Senator Black sponsored. We spent quite a bit of time the last 3 years meeting with clubs, talking about funding, and trying to come up with a way to increase trail funds without burdening riders. So as James also referenced, this bill is a bit of a compromise where we want to allow the family and the budget-minded person a way to not increase their fees. At the same time, understanding that our clubs are struggling financially and we need a way to put some more funds in for the trail fund and the capital equipment fund. So that's why we did the tiered registration after much discussion and votes at meetings, directors meetings that are available to clubs to join statewide. We voted to move forward with this proposal. The December 15th date was a question that was brought up that aligns with other states and provinces in Canada, Atlantic Canada, on their early registration dates. So it's something that's kind of out there in the snowmobile community that other areas and regions will have a same date. So trying to pick it so that someone could purchase prior to Christmas and get that funding in early. And being aware that we have many members that have families and register multiple sleds. So to burden them with a higher registration was a concern that we took into account as we came up with the language. And at that, I'll leave it open for any questions.
Questions from the committee for Mr. Stedman? Yeah, represent.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is, you just said that some of the other areas are also doing this early registration. Other states doing that in that general area? Is that what you're saying?
In our general area, not as much in New England, but the Atlantic provinces all have it. Quebec and New Brunswick do early registrations, and many of the states in the Midwest do an early registration.
Other questions from the committee? No. This might not be directed towards you, Mr. Stedman, but I know you or anybody else in the audience who can answer it. There's still more work needed to do on this bill, and I was wondering what changes or what work we're wanting to do in the next few weeks. And then my other question is this $1 million is just from the general fund?
We can have James come back up.
All right. You can stay with us online, Mr. Stedman, but I think Mr. Cody will come to the mic here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. James Cody with the Maine Snowmobile Association. In regard to your first question about maybe some conversations that should take place before we come to you with a final proposal, I would love the opportunity for the association to go and have a discussion with both agencies, being the Department of Ag and the Department of IF&W, as IF&W administers the registration procedures. So we would like to make sure that they are comfortable with what we're proposing. And also just to make sure that we go back to DACF and ensure that there are no unintended consequences with any of this language. We'd be happy to work expeditiously. We know you have deadlines. We don't want to delay on that. And then, yes, the $1 million is a proposal to the general fund. That was the number that, if you start doing the math, gets us to close that gap fairly quickly. Obviously, in the discussions we have with the agencies and with all of you, we're happy to talk about what that number should be.
Great, thank you. Senator Black.
I have a question. I'm not sure if James is, or maybe the committee could. So if this committee passes this bill out and it goes to the chambers and the chambers pass it and it goes on to the appropriations and it's not funded, it goes to the table. Does this bill move forward in the registrations, or does it get hung up because of the $1 million still on the table?
I think appropriations would need to strip that $1 million language from it. before it moves forward. So you need somebody on appropriations who do that for you. Yeah.
And that's a discussion that I'll certainly need to have with the Snowmobile Association and with you all and others. I think what we'd like to do is give ourselves at least the opportunity to have that discussion with appropriations.
Is there anybody from IF&W who'd like to speak here today? No. All right. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. I don't know that we really took this up off the table. Do we need to vote to table it?
Yes.
Okay.
And I make a motion, we table this till we get more information.
Second. Second yet. And just a show of hands. Looks like it's tabled. All right. We thank you everybody for that. We have two bills still on our docket. One of them is a quick. It's been requested by the sponsor to ONTP it. Then we have probably a longer conversation around LD 1661 dealing with invasive species. And then we're supposed to have the commissioner come in to speak to us about the GEA report. Do we want to work through lunch, get everything done and go home, or do we want to finish with our work sessions and then schedule the commissioner to come around 1 o'clock for the final bit of work today? I'm looking to the committee what we would like to do for our schedule, just so the commissioner has a sense of what her afternoon looks like. We might all be eating sweet buns, and so we're
I was gonna say.
full.
I work through, I would say.
Okay, so looks like we're going to be working through lunch.
And
Yes,
we
ma'am.
also have the Maine Agricultural Bargaining Board and Baxter State Park Authority.
Oh,
who
okay. Thank you.
believe there's someone from Millinocket here, so.
Great.
For the
Thank you.
GEAs, yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, LD 1605.
So Representative Pluker pretty much summarized this one. It was an act to support farmers and food banks affected by federal funding cuts to their existing contracts. The sponsor of the bill, Senator Brenner, did put forth a proposed amendment that would have amended the agricultural marketing loan fund, among other things. And I think discussions were had between the department and the sponsor, FAME and Coastal Enterprises, about the bill. And as Representative Pluker just said, back in December, I believe Senator Brenner did reach out to the chairs and asked that the committee kill this bill.
Any questions from the committee? Anybody have any motions on this?
LD 1605.
Representative Hepler moved, ONTP. Representative Durrett.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Representative Durrett and Liv. And are there any questions about this motion or discussion? Seeing none. Ready for the roll call.
Representative Cooper.
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Cray.
Yay.
Representative Cray, yay. Representative Bunker.
Yay.
Representative Bunker, yay. Representative Jackson.
Yay.
Representative Jackson, yay. Senator Ingerson, absent. Senator Black.
Yay.
Senator Black, yes. Senator Talbot Ross, absent. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker, yes. Representative Durrett.
Yes.
Representative Durrett, yes. Representative Dill.
Yes.
Representative Dill, yes. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Frost.
Yes.
Representative Frost, yes. 10 members unanimous, 2 members absent.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we'll move on to LD 1661, an act to establish a comprehensive and interagency approach to invasive species management. And we'll begin with questions and commentary from Karen.
Yeah, so that's the bill analysis from last session. So the bill as originally drafted proposed to establish a Maine Invasive Species Advisory Council and a corresponding Comprehensive Invasive Species Management Office. There were obviously discussions about the fiscal impact of that proposal. So at some point at a work session, the committee actually voted, and hopefully you have a copy of a committee amendment, which replaced the bill with a resolve, which proposed to direct the Department of IF&W to assess the state's invasive species management efforts. So the vote at the time was a unanimous, ought to pass as amended back in May. And then about a week later, the committee voted to reconsider the bill. And then you also voted to carry it over. So that's where we stand right now with this bill. On another blue sheet, which a multiple page blue sheet, which you just got today, earlier this week, on Monday, I forwarded you an email from the Department of IF&W from Crystal Terrio, just giving you some additional information. At the original public hearing, the Department of IF&W, they testified neither for nor against, but they did have concerns about the original bill and even the resolve, the committee amendments, impact on staff resources. So they did point out some other efforts that are going on, like the Maine Climate Council and its Natural Workings Land Committee, which includes the Department of ACF and IF&W and others. They haven't incorporated an invasive species management into their ongoing interagency collaboration. And then I guess this additional information, IF&W pointed out that there's a statute in Title 38 that has an interagency task force on invasive aquatic plants and nuisance species. And they thought this would be relevant to this discussion. And I won't get into the background, but I've also attached a copy of that statute for you. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of what we voted out last year.
Oh, you don't? The pink sheet, huh?
If you-
Okay.
Notes on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I can have copies made.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
So in the meantime, I don't know if you want to hear from anybody.
Is somebody here from IF&W who would like to, that'd be great to walk us through the email, which we do have a copy of here.
Oh, Christ.
Attention. Committee is going to be.
Attention,
Committee.
there has been a fire alarm activation at this location.
Hey, everybody.
Evacuate the
I think we
building
should go ahead and take
fashion
lunch
while
till
the
1.
source is investigated. The public should return to their
So
vehicles.
if
Legislators
if the
and
building
staff
is cleared by 1,
follow
come
the
on back.
instruction of
Sure.
And here we are, back in a work session on LD 1661, an act to establish a comprehensive interagency approach to invasive species management. And we will pick up where we left off with our OPLA analyst, Karen Netto.
Yeah, so you have the committee amendment, which was a unanimous ought to pass as amended, turn the bill into a resolve. And then you got some additional information from the Department of IF&W on an existing interagency task force that they thought might be of interest to you for this discussion. And that's kind of where we left off before the fire drill and lunch.
Thank you for that reminder. Appreciate that. Would you like to come forward from IF&W and
Good afternoon. My name is Nate Webb. I'm the Wildlife Director with IF&W. And I'm happy to kind of give an overview of our perspective on the bill if you'd like me to start
Yes,
with that.
please.
I want to start by saying that and I think I'm safe in saying that all the natural resource agencies feel that invasive species are a very important issue in the state of Maine, and more broadly, there's probably few things that have the potential to alter the Maine natural landscape and the ecology of our state than invasive species, and that those issues are being exacerbated by climate change currently. And I think we all probably see invasive species on a daily basis as we go about our work and recreate in the outdoors. There is a lot of work underway across state government, both within the natural resources and beyond, and in other agencies regarding natural resources. And this is happening through a combination of a relatively small number of dedicated staff whose full-time job it is to work on invasive species issues, as well as a portion of the work plans of staff that have broader responsibilities and a broader focus. In IF&W, we now have 2 positions that are focused exclusively on aquatic invasive species, and many other staff that work on other aspects of invasive species issues across the state, and it's similar in the other agencies as well. As I mentioned, there's already a lot of coordination underway among the state agencies, but also with NGOs, with federal agencies, with private landowners, et cetera. As an example, just this morning, we have staff at the State Wildlife Action Plan Steering Committee meeting where they're talking about invasive species along with other conservation issues. We also had staff participating in the vector-borne disease working group, which deals with the zoonotic diseases, many of which are invasive to the state. So a lot of work going on, a lot of collaboration. Our focus really is on active boots on the ground management to the extent that we can with the resources that we have. We are concerned that establishing a new office and sort of additional bureaucracy that could potentially take those resources away from the boots on the ground efforts would not be a sort of positive outcome. We really think keeping those efforts in place on the ground is really important. However, we do recognize and agree that there are likely some opportunities for additional collaboration and coordination, both among the natural resource agencies and more broadly. And we definitely need more resources to combat the invasive species issues that we're faced with here in the state. We did testify neither for nor against the original bill. We did have some concerns with the resolve that I think the committee passed, mostly related to the scope and workload and the impact that would have on our agency to sort of pull off an effort of that magnitude and scope. One idea that we have discussed among the other natural resource agencies and with the governor's office would be potentially just asking us through a letter or some similar avenue to review and summarize our existing programs that exist across state government and identify opportunities for additional coordination and additional resources that might be required to make those programs successful. So that's kind of our perspective on this issue. We need to do some more work, but we're concerned that an additional office or sort of the bureaucracy that might come with that could detract from the efforts that we have in place on the ground right now.
Great. Thank you very much for that. You said there were 2 positions they're working with aquatic invasives. Do you have a sense of how many people at IF&W or how many FTEs are working on the issue currently?
I would say that in fisheries and wildlife and, it's actually, as I think about that, most of our staff, some element of their work program is related to invasive species. Just a couple of quick examples. We have a dedicated staff person that works on at-risk mammals, and two of the primary issues that position works on are white nose syndrome and bats, which is an exotic fungus that has devastated bat populations across the country, and rabbit hemorrhagic disease, which is affecting New England cottontails, which are state endangered. And there's similar examples to that really across our agency. Our warden service spends a lot of time working on the aquatic invasive plant issue and, sort of the clean drain dry initiative, as well as working with us in the wildlife division on exotic wildlife and the illegal pet trade. So I would say the majority of our staff in the agency have some element of their work program focused on invasive species.
Okay. Yeah, Representative Frost.
Probably ask a lot of questions as we go on, but my first one is how much interstate collaboration do you have? Because we all know invasive species don't stop at the border of the state.
Yeah, great question. I think the way that I personally think of invasive species, it's somewhat siloed. So we have aquatic invasive species, both plants and other organisms, and there's an established, legislatively established working group that's focused on those efforts, and that group certainly coordinates and collaborates extensively regionally. Another area of focus that we have across the natural resource agencies is terrestrial invasive plants. There's a more informal scientific advisory group that has been convened to work on that issue. They also collaborate regionally and beyond. In terms of, some of the exotic wildlife issues that we deal with, there are, extensive meetings with other states to talk about that issue, align legislation. We collaborate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and USDA on those interstate transportation issues of exotic wildlife. So it is happening, but it's happening in different focus areas. And there's a lot of coordination, I think, where there needs to be to ensure that those communications do happen with other states and at the federal level as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, back, right. Do you have the resolve in front of you?
I do.
From what I kind of just heard you say, would you say that number 2 on the bottom there of those 5 would be kind of what you would be condoning here, that would be where you think that's where we should be going at the moment?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that kind of hits what we feel like is a good next step. It's challenging for any one of the agencies to really articulate well what everyone is doing.
Right.
I think there's some value in pulling all that information together because it is so diverse. The tasks are diverse, the issues are diverse, the management of those issues varies extensively. So I do think that would be a really good next step. And like I said, I think there is some opportunity for more collaboration and certainly a need for more resources. And we could certainly come back to this committee with some recommendations.
So from then a letter from us, basically, with this as the basis, maybe, making it a little more in scope, but not too much more. But basically, that would be the way you'd like to see go.
That'd be great.
All right, thank you.
Representative Bunker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome. This is timely for me because at this morning's local Rotary Club meeting, our keynote speaker happened to be there from Forestry talking about invasive species and whatnot. It was very enlightening. And so many of my colleagues around the table were elbowing each other saying, "Oh my God, I've got that in my backyard. I didn't know what it was." So I know from a public awareness standpoint, there's a lot that we miss. And I appreciate the fact that you do consider it a priority, and resources are an issue. So that's a real loggerhead to try to work through to give it a higher profile, but yet being reluctant to have a fiscal note attached to this and having it go up the food chain considerably on that. So I'm hesitant to create something that's bigger and more expensive, more expensive, if you will. But I'm just as a brand new member of the committee itself, I wonder if the current task force as it is, and this is probably a loaded question for you, gives invasive species a high enough profile that it deserves. And secondly, from a committee member standpoint, I see that group is to report back to us and advise us on issues. I'm wondering, in the stack of materials that I've got here, there, and under various desks, if there's some report that I have missed that's more of recent time that talks about your findings in the task force and recommendations moving forward.
So yeah, that's a great question. I will try to answer the second one first. So I do know that report goes directly to both the IFMW and DMR legislative committees, and I think we'd have to check.
DNR, IFW, and
Okay.
Marine Resources, but not this.
So it sounds like it does not go to this committee, but it goes to ENR, IFMW, and Marine Resources. So that's something we can certainly look at. I think we did send you just recently, the last two
Yes, that
reports.
was in the email that you all received from me forwarding it to you. There were a couple of examples of reports. Yes, yeah. I didn't print those out.
Okay.
In reference.
And I'm sorry if I missed that amongst all of the other items that are sent to us on there, but I'm interested to see with the existing task force, is that generating the reports and the awareness that we should be working from?
Right, and I think it certainly is when it comes to aquatic invasive species, and that's what that task force is focused on, which is, again, it's an important element, but one component of the broad scope of invasive species issues in the state. My sense, and our fishery staff take the lead on that task force. I'm less involved on the wildlife side. However, my understanding is that task force is working quite well to address invasive species issues. And that's potentially, a model that could be expanded into other subject areas. And I think that's something that this review that Representative Dill is suggesting and that we're supportive of could help inform.
As a follow-up, as I see more clearly, and thank you for pointing that out, the interagency task force is on invasive aquatic plants and nuisance species. So that does not take into account the forestry side of their invasive species issues.
Correct. So pre-pests and diseases wouldn't be included. Other invasive terrestrial plants, exotic wildlife diseases, zoonotic diseases, none of those would be covered by that task force. However, again, there are informal working groups established for many of those subject areas. And that's something that we could certainly take a look at and summarize for this committee so that you have a better sense of all of those work efforts that are underway across state government.
Okay. So that's one of the reasons that I hesitate to jump on creating a new entity, although I'd love to see it if the resources are behind it, but see if we can bolster up the task force or interagency work that we've got now and generate to us the working results and recommendations if it's staffing, resources and whatnot to make us aware with that before I jump too quick.
That's what happens, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at actually two of the interagency task force things, which may have been from Crystal's email, one from 2023, 2025. So Nate, does that suggest that it's like there's a report every 2 years?
Mhm.
Okay.
On
All right.
aquatics.
Aquatics.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
not, yeah.
Yep.
I understand, and again, thank you for being here. I'm sorry, sometimes I'm blunt and get right to it. I understand that there have been some meetings with stakeholder groups, and I'm curious if they would be satisfied with what you are suggesting, what your department is suggesting, or if they are looking for something more from us.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not sure I can answer. I don't think I can speak for those groups.
Were you at the meetings?
I've been on many meetings on invasive species. I'm certainly not at all of them. I will say, I mean, my sense of where sort of the broader community, both state government, federal government, NGOs, the general public is on invasive species, we need more resources, particularly with regard to early detection and rapid response. That's really where we can make the most impact. I'm not sure that I would say that there's widespread agreement that we need a new office or an overarching sort of council to direct and guide that work. Again, there are multiple working groups and committees that are meeting and working now in different subject areas focused on invasive species. I think most, if not all of them, would agree that more resources are required. But I'm not sure that I would feel confident in saying that they feel that all of those efforts need to be brought together under a single umbrella, so to speak.
I guess, I'm sorry. I guess that's my issue. I feel like all under one umbrella would create more collaboration, which would create more positive results. I worry that all these disjointed pieces don't have the time or the resources to connect. You know, I guess that's my fear.
Yeah, no, I certainly understand and appreciate that. I guess I do feel like where those connections are important, they are happening. I'm not sure that, the group that I mentioned this morning focused on vector-borne diseases needs to coordinate that closely with, the groups that are working on terrestrial plants and sort of a landscaping scenario. Those are very different issues. The same with other sort of zoonotic diseases or exotic wildlife. There are different taxa, different impacts, different regulations, different agencies in many cases. So I'm not convinced that they all need to be brought together under one umbrella or that would create more efficiency. And in fact, I would be concerned that it could create less, if not sort of very thoughtfully designed.
Do you have a question, Sam?
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of the opposite opinion of what Representative Frost says. I'm concerned that we do already have these different groups that are specifically working on, situations, and to create another umbrella with that committee was huge. And I guess, I've sat on a lot of those stakeholders groups, and a lot of times some of the results come out because it's so vast and so very broad opinions that the results are very watered down by the time they get done. And you don't really get what you're looking for. And the other thing, I don't want to, both the department, IF&W and Department of Ag are both already stretched thin with resources and staff. And I don't want to see resources taken away from our core, work, what we need to be doing, and so I think that we have adequate, and from what I'm hearing you say, that you feel that way from IF&W's side. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's room for improvement. I certainly do. But I think there's a way to get there with existing resources in a way that doesn't overburden the agencies or the staff that are working on these issues on the ground right now. I think we can do both and ultimately arrive at the intent of, I think, certainly the amendment, the resolve in a way that doesn't detract from the really important work we have going, that's hitting the ground right now. We don't want to pull those staff that are out there in the field.
Right.
Working on these issues away from that work so they can kind of support a broader effort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I serve on the Marine Resources Committee, and they also have staff devoted to that. And I imagine they work with the task force as well, right?
Yeah, I believe there's certainly representatives from DMR on that task force. Yes.
Yeah.
Other questions for the director? Representative Cooper.
Just a simple question, where we currently have a number of different people in different departments working on invasive species, and with some coordination, it certainly sounds like more than I thought last spring on it. Is there anything that requires all of those individuals or departments to meet, twice a year to collectively sit down and here's what we're doing, I'm doing this, I need help with this? Is there anything formally set up to keep them working together and coordinated?
Great question. So not at a broad level, meaning all invasive species issues. Those interactions do happen again, in connection with groups coordinating on specific taxa, specific species or specific suites of invasive species. However, we actually have talked internally about the idea of holding some type of invasive species summit every year to do, I think, exactly what you're describing. And that, again, it could be an outcome or a recommendation, if we were to sort of put our heads together and come back to you with some recommendations for how to improve the work that's underway now. I think that's a great suggestion.
Great. Thank you. Looks like we are done asking questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Where are we at? Yeah, Representative Dill.
Could we have Gary Fish come up, please, and talk to us from his role as a member of the task force and MISN? Maine Invasive Species Network.
Whoa. Good afternoon, House Chair Pluker and the rest of the committee. I'm Gary Fish. I'm here on my own accord, not as an official state horticulturist, so I'm limited as to what I can speak about. I am incredibly passionate about this issue, and my work for the state for 38 years has included a lot of work on this issue. And I hear what, Nate has said, and I don't fully agree with everything he said, but I appreciate the ideas about how to improve some of the work that's being done and definitely the need for more resources. I have served on both those committees that he mentioned for many years. I'm not on the aquatic invasive committee anymore because they changed it when the departments merged. There used to be someone from ag and somebody from conservation as well. And I'd been on it for 15 or 20 years. So I said, let somebody else do it and give somebody else a chance. And so, they are addressing aquatic issues, but not terrestrial issues. And, in the past, they've worked on management plans and not fulfilled those because they're trying to get work done on the ground. And so I totally agree with Nate that we need to keep people on the ground. But what I don't agree with is that we don't need some upper level group that is really trying to look at all these issues and prioritizing which ones should get funded at which levels. And, currently the IF&W and DEP get the lion's share of monies that goes towards managing invasive species because of the boat sticker, funding that they get. And lots of others don't get that. So, I've been working personally with Nancy Olmsted at the Nature Conservancy, Amanda Devine at Maine Coast Heritage Trust, Ron Lemin, who's a vegetation management specialist for Forestry, Andre Aliokin at the University of Maine, who works on Colorado potato beetle and other agricultural invasive species, Cindy Lang, who's just a very passionate person from Maine that's concerned about this, folks at Maine Audubon, and then, as Jim mentioned, the Maine Invasive Species Network, where people do come together and talk about these issues and try to figure out what should be done. Those folks don't agree with Nate. They think there does need to be an invasive species advisory council, and they think that it ought to be fully funded and staffed so that work can get done to try to figure out where to go with our management of invasive species. I just looking at my phone, there's a big thing today about pike and somebody saying that, we should not regulate pike anymore. And yesterday I, heard that there was, a lot more emerald ash borer that's causing more and more damage. And there's lots of things knocking on our door that, may or may not come.
And, we are not staffed well enough to, to do that kind of work. And, there was a report done, which I can't talk about because it's, the department's report that was done this past year by somebody from Maine Law. And, that is not a comprehensive report because agencies are hesitant to talk about their levels of FTEs and their funding that they currently have because everybody's worried about losing resources. And that's why I think that, you need to have something above these departments that is going to have a more objective outlook on how invasive species should be managed, how programs should be funded, and, take it from there. I don't disagree with, Senator Black. Sometimes these bigger groups do get, bogged down and maybe water things down. If we get the right people there, I don't think that will happen. But it's really, all up to that. And, it's hard for me because I'm doing this on my own. And, I'm a 10th generation Mainer. I love this state. And I see the talk about giving millions of dollars for snowmobile clubs. Well, we're not doing that for invasive species and, other than aquatics. And, I understand that that's a big industry. It's really important to the state. I have lots of friends that snowmobile. I don't have my own, but I think that it's interesting that the resource that they love is challenged by all these invasive species. So if we don't do a better job of managing them, we're going to just keep losing tree species. We've got ash, we've got hemlock, we've got beech, 3 different tree species that are going down hard. Hemlock only on the coast, but ash and beech across the whole state. So, those are the kinds of things that we need more money for research. We need more money for surveillance and trying to prevent some things from moving. Some of them we can't, some of them we can. And, as my work with the National Plant Board, I see all the things that are coming our way all the time, and there's a lot of them. And I worry about those all the time, both personally and professionally. So, I hear what everybody is saying, and I don't necessarily disagree that there's going to be some concern about resources being allocated somewhere else. I share that concern. I don't want to lose my boots on the ground either. But I think that the investment in invasive species ought to be a lot higher than it is, and there ought to be a way to put a little bit more into this and to do some real hard looks at what's going on and what needs to happen. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Senator Black.
Thank you, Gary. And I agree 100% with what you just said. I deal with emerald ash borers, the beech dying, in my wood management, on my forest management plans right now.
Right.
Do I cut the beech or mine's healthy right now, am I going to lose it? And it's a very serious problem. I mean, and the beech wasn't even here 2 years ago. Now we've got that. And all the past species from monoflora rose and all the stuff, on the farmland and so I know exactly. I deal with it every day on my property. Every day I deal with, something happening with invasive species. So I don't disagree, but I don't think that this umbrella group is the way to do it. I think we need more money directed, more resources directed directly to those problems. And we're not putting that money there. The priority is not there.
Right.
And I agree with that 100%. But the group, as far as I'm concerned, it's just going to waste more time, more money, and more diversification of people's thoughts. So that's where I'm at. I agree 100% that invasive species need to be hammered down on. The next thing, we haven't even talked about Asian longhorn beetle. What happens if Asian longhorn beetle gets in the state of Maine to our maple syrup industry, So
it won't be good.
Representative Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I also wanted to just comment, I mean, this problem is not, Senator Black, you're speaking of your private woodlot, but we have to also think about the municipalities and the cost of removing dead trees from recreational areas. I mean, it's going to cost the towns tons of money to take care of this. I think this is, the motto of our state is "Dear Ago, I lead." I think we need to start leading on this invasive species problem. So that's my thought. And
All right. Representative Hepler.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question
Oh,
first?
yeah.
Yeah. Microphone. Are you asking a question of Mr. Fish? Yeah. Otherwise, I was going to release him. Yes, okay. Are there other folks who have questions of Mr. Fish? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. So somebody mentioned this earlier, and I don't know whether you're part of this or not, but I heard mention of the Maine Climate Council. But are you familiar with what they're doing with this, or?
Yeah, I am. The Maine Climate Council, after a lot of work with trying to get them to add some language on invasive species, they did add some language in their report. I think that the invasive species problem, it actually accelerates climate change. So it's very interconnected, and I think that, they do need to spend a lot more time on that. I don't think they really have given it shrift that they need to.
Other questions for Mr. Fish? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
All right, catch and release.
Are there others that would like to hear from? Yeah.
can I ask Chess, would you come up? Do you mind? This is not a fair question, but can you give your thoughts? Oh, sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Pluker, members of the Agriculture Conservation Forestry Committee. My name is Francesca Gundrum, go by Chess. Good to see you all. I'm the Advocacy Director for Maine Audubon.
So again, thanks for being here. And again, not a fair question, but your thoughts on what has transpired for the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Frost, for the question. And my organization, we did testify in support of the original proposal, you might recall, many months ago, and remain very supportive conceptually of this idea. I unfortunately was in another committee and so only got through about half of what the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife's proposal was, and I'm trying to catch up here as I'm reading through. However, I concur that, elevating invasive species issues is absolutely essential. It is one of the number one concerns we have for the health of Maine's environment. And good coordination is required. Smart coordination is better. And so at this stage, don't feel prepared to be able to share our position on what's been discussed during this work session. However, I do think it's interesting, as I just heard Mr. Fish share, that as the Climate Council process came up, which I think is a good model and a good example of when there have been moments in that Climate Council process where a particular issue doesn't quite fit within one of the working groups, they get pulled out into a cross-sectional group. And so the two of those have been created. One was for land use intersecting issues. I can't remember the second, but invasive species could be a third, because we know that climate change is rapidly is making invasive species issues a lot worse. And so that could be one opportunity to bring folks together who have the expertise are already being convened in the Climate Council process, but give them their own space to do that. It's just one suggestion, but I'll leave it there since apologies. I missed the first half here.
Other questions for Representative Cooper?
Okay, thank you, Chess. So my question is, we've heard multiple issues where there's basically funding shortage from all departments in all directions. And your organization is very active in the state, and I would assume very on top of this invasive issue with all directions. Is there a possibility of funding coming in from not necessarily just Maine Audubon, but other conservation-minded groups to help support some of this work. Maybe not the entire umbrella group, but more I'm not sure, funding to expand what's currently being done.
Thank you for the question, Representative Cooper. You've heard it time and time again with this issue and others that funding is really a key issue here. Making sure we have people on the ground and we've also got the expertise in-house with our state agencies is really critical. There are a variety of different ideas for how to generate more money to creatively beyond just appropriations for other conservation and environmental issues. And I could see some of those ideas being paired up with invasive species funding. So those conversations are happening among the environmental community because it is really important to us. We know that it's number one priority is to get money into our state agencies so they can keep doing the good work that they are currently doing. But at this stage, I don't see room for, I guess, funding from my organization into the state at this point, for example. Doesn't quite line up, but very willing to have those conversations about how to be creative about funding.
Thank you for being here. And right along the same line, don't we already have the knowledge out already of places that we need to be working and we're not working because of funding? Don't we already have vast amounts of information and data and information on invasive species, and we just aren't doing the job because we don't have the staffing and the funding? Am I correct in saying that?
Thank you, Senator Black, for the question. I think I agree. We are seeing more folks coming into our natural resource agencies who have in their title invasive species something, which is good and great because again, it's a very pressing issue. It is very important for us to deal with this ahead of time because the more we get ahead of it, the less money we're going to spend in the long term dealing with whatever land, water issues come up with invasive species. So I agree. However, I think there's always more that needs to be done, and funding is really the key issue. And with more funding and with more people will inherently come more coordination too.
Other questions for the director? Seeing none.
Thank you.
All right. If we don't need to hear from any more witnesses or testifiers, any more testimony, is there any direction from the committee?
I think from what I'm hearing, I think everybody is kind of on the same page that lots more needs to be done with invasive species. But I think where I am right at the moment, rather than trying to put in a big umbrella operation over, or, an office in someplace in the governor's office or wherever, I think I would go back to where I had kind of started with IF&W and ask them to pull everything together and every agency that's out there now that's doing stuff and bring that information back to us in a report, say January 1st, and let us, whoever this committee would be at that time, report out a bill now that we've got more information. Right now, it seems to be all over the place. Everybody's saying, like Chess just said, that everybody seems to have somebody now working in their group that has invasive species in their name. Well, what does that mean? So I would like to have a better handle on that. And so I think if we give the direction to the department via a letter, not do anything with this, just kill the resolve, send a letter to them and have them report back to us in January of next year. So that we have plenty of time to work on it, because we always end up waiting until the end and we don't get anywhere. But that's where I am.
Were you asking for ONTP with a letter?
Not at the moment. I mean,
Okay.
that would be my suggestion, but
Okay.
yes, but I'm not making that motion.
Okay. Representative Frost.
So if we were to go that route, then if I'm reading section 2 correctly, it's just the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife in collaboration with other state agencies. So we're not bringing in any of this is just state agencies. So we're not bringing in NGOs or anything else in these discussions.
The way I would look at that is, I had said, let's expand that. So yes, it would be everybody that's working on this. So we know in the state who is working on invasive species, whether it's a governmental organization, whether it's Audubon, whoever it is. We need a list and what they're doing, how they're doing. And then where is funding going to come from to direct us in the future?
Other comments, questions? Senator Black.
Well, we are at a crisis level. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, and it's not just I'm not concerned about just my woodlot. I mean, I've got one of the largest forest areas of any district. I go from southern Franklin County to Aroostook County. So I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of forest land and lakes and stuff that needs to be, it's crucial. It's crucial for income. It's crucial for, farming, logging, tourism, everything relies, on what's going to happen with invasive species. So it's more than just towns or private woodlots. It's our whole economy, and, we're going to lose our ash trees, which, has been here for generations. We're going to lose our beech trees, and that looks like they're gone, just like we lost the chestnut and the elm and everything else, and it's just multiplying and getting worse. So I think it's critical that we keep this, on the front burner, but I am not in favor of the broad umbrella type, thing. So if we can do something with a letter and direct the department to get back to us, report, and pull the resources together, I'm more than on board with that. I think, we've got to do something, so.
I think the one thing is this really does seem to be focused in IFNW, and I'm just looking at the original bill, and maybe Karen can help. How did we end up with this in our committee?
It was referred, IFNW referred it. IFNW, I just looked at the history, the IFNW referred it to ag.
The committee, IFNW.
The committee, yeah, I believe.
We have Nate.
Yeah,
come up and-
yeah. I'll just look it up again. Yeah. Yeah, what'd you guys do here?
Hi there, Nate Webb with IFNW.
Myself.
Yeah, I don't know, somehow I think you've sort of become the de facto lead on this bill, but really it affects all the natural resource agencies equally. My suggestion would be to perhaps if there is a letter sent, if that is the direction to ask all four natural resource
Yeah.
agencies to work on this together. I
Yeah.
think
That was gonna be my.
it's fundamental to all our work and it even goes beyond those agencies, but I think working together, the four could collaborate pretty well.
Yeah, I would, thank you, Mr. Yeah, I would agree with that. Having just worked on a bill that included all four agencies last year, I think they are well positioned to work together on this.
If someone wanted to put together a motion, I think we're at that point.
I would move ought not to pass on this bill, resolve with a letter actually directed to IFNW because one of the agencies has to have the lead since that's where it seems to be.
And CC all.
And all four agencies that we've talked about would get a copy of it and it would be that they would work together to come up with all agencies, both governmental and non-governmental, that are working on invasive species and report back to us in January of next year. And then at that time, this committee would report out a bill.
If you do it by letter, you don't have that authority. If you do it by resolve, you.
All right, then we'll do it by resolve.
But it would get that authority, but it is a first regular session, so it's, you know, if you're comfortable that you could get a bill in, it's much easier to do that.
Yep.
Or you could do a joint order.
Nope,
Um,
let's do it that way. Let's do a resolve then and do
resolve?
it. Yep,
Okay.
rather than a letter.
So this bill was originally suggested committee of reference was IFW, as you can see on the original bill, but it came to us. So that decision was made on the floor to reference it to us. And we heard it in this committee.
Yeah, Senator Black.
So Karen, the resolve is way better than the letter in the fact that it's not going to die and it's something's going to have to be moving ahead. I mean, a letter, you could have a report back, but a resolve is really going to be more in depth than a letter going.
No, what I was saying is that if you do ought not to pass with a letter, then you don't if you did a resolve, you would have the ACF committee or whichever committee you report to would be given the authority to submit a bill.
So we could continue it with a.
Whereas if you did that
Yeah,
by letter,
yeah.
you wouldn't
Yeah,
have
you're
that
dead. It's done. Yeah.
authority. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Cray.
I'm going to second Representative Dill's, with as a resolve.
Other questions? No, statements. Representative Dill. Okay. So what I'm just going to restate it, and you can tell me if I'm correct. We are moving ought to pass as amended on a resolution that would examine existing interagency working groups and other collaborative efforts focused on invasive species, including but not limited to aquatic and terrestrial invasive plant species and plants, to explore opportunities for increased collaboration and efficiency. With the report back maybe end of February, since everything's going to be slow to start. End of January. There you go. And so now first question is from Representative Hepler.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I was too late to pull the pink sheet out. Is that basically what you said was number two?
Red
Yeah,
number two.
okay, thank you.
Did you say ought to pass or not to pass? Ought to put on your microphone.
Did you say ought to pass or ought not to pass? Okay.
As amended.
Ought to pass as amended. Further questions, considerations, thoughts? Okay, I think we have a motion on the floor. And so we're going to say that was motioned by Representative Dill and seconded by Representative Cray.
Correct.
Okay. And last chance, we'll go to vote.
Representative Cooper.
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Cray.
Yay.
Representative Cray, yay. Representative Bunker.
Yay.
Representative Bunker, yay. Representative Jackson.
Yay.
Representative Jackson, yay. Senator Ingerson, absent. Senator Black.
Yay.
Senator Black, yay. Senator Talbot Ross, absent. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker, yes. Representative, Jarrett.
Yay.
Representative Jarrett, yay. Sorry, the fire drill. Representative Dill.
Yes.
Representative Dill, yes. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Frost.
Yes.
Representative Frost, yes. 10 unanimous, yes, 2 absent.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. We've made it to the end of our work sessions. I see the commissioner is not here. So do we want to start with Yeah, I
Baxter
think-
State Park Authority would be my suggestion since
Okay.
they are coming from Millinocket.
Okay. Yeah, we're happy to start
Confetti, I'm
with
so excited.
I don't say.
Baxter State. And Karen, if you just want to give us 3 sentences on what the GEA report is.
I
and-
actually meant to give you a handout on that. So in Title III, there's a whole chapter on the Government Evaluation Act and requires state agencies to do a self-evaluation, if you will, and then report to the Hello, Committee of Jurisdiction. And then I will get you a copy of that. Technically, once you receive the reports from all three agencies, and there's a schedule of when the reports are due. It's typically every 8 years unless the committee wants it more frequently or less frequently. And you basically, they may actually include it in their report, what the criteria are, what they're looking at in their self-evaluation. And then you have authority to submit a bill if you want to change something about their authorizing statutes, or once you receive the report, you have to review them by February 1st, and then by a date in March, you have to vote on whether you accept the report or if you want to make changes to their statutes, whatever. And then once you take that vote, some sort of letter on behalf of the chairs is generated, and you often see these on the calendars that you've accepted the report, or you could submit a bill. But that's the gist of it. And I'll have, I have a handout for you when we do actually work, when the committee comes time to vote on these. So you sort of have a better understanding of what you're doing.
Great, thank you.
And if you want a normal chair, this one's better, but.
Well, that's fine. Good morning, Representative Fluker and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. I'm the Director of Back State Park, Kevin Adam, and next to me is Lori Morrison, the Director of Administrative Services for Back State Park. We're here to present the Back State Park Program Evaluation Report. Do you have any time limit that you're thinking of, or you just want me to?
Yeah, I'd say take the time you need. But
I did kind of summarize and.
there you go. Yeah, summary
yeah.
sounds great.
Okay. Baxter State Park is a 209,644 acre wilderness park. The park is home to Maine's most iconic symbol and tallest mountain, Katahdin. The park is also home to 48 heritage brook trout water bodies, 10 wilderness campgrounds, 46 peaks and ridges, multiple backcountry campsites, 215 miles of trails, is the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail, and has a 30,000 acre scientific forest management area dedicated to exemplary forestry. Baxter State Park also has over 160,000 acres of protected wildland. The park is also open to hunting and trapping on over approximately 40,000 acres of the park. The park is open year-round, although not all campgrounds, trails, and roadways are open year-round. We do have seasonal closures during transition seasons that help protect the roadways, trails, and assist wildlife during critical transition periods. We have 2 camping seasons, one from May 15th to October 23rd, and the other from December 1st to March 31st. We offer a range of different camping options from tents, lean-tos, and cabins. The park is a wilderness park, meaning that there is no electricity or running water in the park. No running water provided to campsites. We are a carry-in, carry-out park and follow leave no trace principles, meaning that whatever items a visitor brings into the park, they're required to take them out with them out of the park. The park has no trash cans for visitors. In the last 4 years, the park attendance has reached a high of around 72,000 to a low of about 57,600 park users a year. Park users generally arrive at the park either by foot, bicycle, snowmobile, cross-country skis, or motor vehicle. This report demonstrates that Baxter State Park is effectively fulfilling its obligations under the statute and uniquely as a charitable trust. I am pleased to present the park's achievements in meeting its goals and objectives as desired by the park's donor, Percival Baxter. Additionally, I will illustrate how the park maintains minimal burden on the public in terms of filings and paperwork. Under Section 2A, Enabling Authorization, I'm going to summarize this a little bit. As a private citizen, former Governor Baxter conveyed to the state the real property comprising Baxter State Park through deeds of trust. Successive legislators from 1931 to 1963 then enacted those deeds of trust, including Governor Baxter's 1955 interpretation document, that were accepted by the state and enacted as private and special laws. In Governor Baxter's words, the state entered into solemn pacts that created a succession of irrevocable trusts. Protecting and enacting the terms of the trust is the Baxter State Park Authority and its staff primary objective as stewards of Governor Baxter's vision. Baxter State Park is an independent state agency and it operates differently from other state of Maine departments. In addition to being established by statute, it also functions as a charitable trust. Thus, it is unique within Maine state government. State of Maine Statute Title 12, Section 900 to 908 describe the purpose, powers and duties, jurisdiction, and park operations, authority, and limitations. In Title 12, Section 900, purpose lays out parameters for the park, authority, and leadership. Seldom has a more generous gift been presented to the people than has been given by Percival Proctor Baxter to the people of the state of Maine. It is incumbent upon them, the recipients, to preserve the trust impressed upon them, to ensure for themselves and for future generations the fullest use of Baxter State Park consistent with the desires of the donor. Is a quote, shall forever be retained and used for state forest, public park, and public recreational purposes, shall forever be kept and remain in the natural wild state. It shall be the object of the Baxter State Park Authority to preserve the grandeur and beauty of Maine's highest peak, Mount Katahdin, as well as the 45 other mountains, the numerous lakes, ponds, and streams, to subordinate its own wishes to the intent of Governor Baxter, to recognize his wish that in this era of change, one thing of natural beauty remain constant. It is intended for those persons who enjoy the wilderness, for those who love nature and who are willing to walk and make an effort to get close to nature, with pleasant foot trails built and attractive campsites laid out in the valleys, by the brooks, and on the shores of the water. Are there any questions on 2A or no? Okay. 2B, description of each program. Park donor Percival Baxter expressed his wishes regarding the management and operation of the park in numerous communications attached to the deeds gifted to the state of Maine that comprise the park. Baxter wished that the park shall forever be retained and used for state forest, public park, and recreational purposes, shall forever be kept and remain in the natural wild state, shall forever be kept and remain as a sanctuary for beasts and birds, and in its scientific forest management area shall become a showplace for those interested in forestry, a place where a continuing timber crop can be cultivated, harvested, and sold, an example and inspiration to others. The foundational mission of Baxter State Park is outlined in the deeds of gift and formal communications and compromises 6 key goals. Those goals are the park's mission statements. Goal number 1, to protect the natural resources of the park for their intrinsic value and for the enjoyment of present and future generations. Goal number 2, to provide various appropriate recreational opportunities to park visitors. Goal number 3, to conduct exemplary, sustainable forest management operations within the 29,537 acre scientific forest management area of the park. Goal number 4, to maintain the facilities, infrastructure, and data systems of the park. Goal number 5, to provide for the safety of park staff and visitors. And goal number 6, to manage and protect the fiscal integrity and independence of the park for current and future generations. Now, obviously, there's a lot in each of those goals. If you want me to keep going, I can keep going on 2C, organizational structure.
Yeah, organizational structure
Okay.
makes sense.
Yep. Section 2C, organizational structure. Baxter State Park organizational structure is comprised of the director with 3 positions that make up the leadership team: the Director of Administrative Services, Director of Natural Resources, and Chief Ranger. Together, we oversee 24 full-time year-round employees and 46 full-time seasonal employees. We have a total of 70 positions. Section 2E, financial summary. Baxter State Park is financially independent through trusts and endowment and revenue generated through camping and visitor fees. Income generated from the sale of wood harvested from the SFMA and private donations. The entire budget for Baxter State Park is funded by other special revenue funds, utilizing no general fund dollars and no state or federal grants. We generate 35 to 40% of our total revenue. 70% is for personnel, 24% for all other. I'll move on to section 2G. State and federal partners, limiting redundancies. Baxter State Park collaborates with many different state and federal agencies that have equipment or subject matter expertise that the park can rely on. These agencies include the Maine Forest Service, Maine Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, all the bureaus, Wildlife Fisheries and Warden Service, the Maine Army National Guard, Maine Department of Environmental Protection, U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Department of Public Safety, Bureau of Emergency Communication, Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and the Maine Conservation Corps. Section 2H, constituencies served by the agency. The park was created for residents of the state of Maine who have no entrance fee to the park. Non-residents, researchers, Appalachian Trail users, international Appalachian Trail users, and commercial users, such as guides that bring people in. Section 2I, emerging issues. Obviously, climate change with warming temperatures, invasive species, park infrastructure, Appalachian Trail use, international Appalachian Trail use, viewshed pollution, spruce budworm, technological wireless pollution, and staff recruitment and retention. 2M, our IT technology. We have, these policies provide a framework for electronic management of information at Baxter State Park. We have the State of Maine policy and work rules concerning the use of state information and technology equipment and resources. We have State of Maine confidentiality policy statement. We have a Baxter State Park acceptable use policy, a Baxter State Park spam, spyware, and malicious code policy, and a Baxter State Park password policy. Section 2N, list of reports and applications. There are no filings in that section. Section 2O, list of reports required by the legislature. The Maine State Government Annual Report. Oh, somebody say, oh, okay. And the State Government Evaluation Act report. Section 2P, list of organizational units. Our organizational unit is the Baxter State Park Authority. And our program number is 010494B 0253-01. Section 2Q, alignment with federal law, other state law, or decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court or the Supreme Judicial Court. There are no actions required for review or amendment to MRS Title 12, Chapter 211, Subchapter 3, Sections 900 to 908. Hopefully that wasn't too short but you have the full report in front of you there and.
Great. I do have a question.
Yes.
It was, I don't know how many years back I'm going now, but there was a big debate back and forth with trying to get tribal representation on the authority.
Yes.
And then we kind of eventually started talking about the tribal representation, perhaps a staff member being hired and perhaps representation on the Friends of Baxter State Park. Did any of that happen?
We've created a position on the Baxter State Park Advisory, which is a grassroots organization of people with different subject matter expertise that come to the park. That position is still open, but it's there.
Okay.
It will never go away. Yeah, so that's what we came up with the authority. Yes.
Great.
Okay.
Other questions about the report? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Did you want to present anything or you're just a backup?
She's here as backup. So.
Okay, good. Yes.
Lori wrote the report, so she did an excellent job.
Thank
So,
you. It's very
yes.
clear.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Thanks for waiting.
Yeah.
Thanks for waiting all day.
Hey, we got to do a fire drill. That was.
Yeah. Check that off.
Yes.
For your time.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Okay. Commissioner, would you like to go next?
Good afternoon, Representative Kluger and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Amanda Beal. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and I'm very happy to be here with you to talk about our GEA report and to say Happy New Year.
That's right.
I hope 26 is off to a good start for everyone. I was anticipating we were going to be right before lunch and now we're right after lunch, but either way, we did put a slideshow together and I'm not sure if it's going to.
Like 5 minutes before they're gonna send you a link or a link.
I'm not sure where, I think, oh, Emily, you've got it. Okay. Well, I'll get started and then hopefully some of the nice pictures and graphs and things like that we have will catch up with what I'm gonna talk about. But I just wanted to start by acknowledging our two deputy commissioners, Jody Sapphire and Nancy McBrady. Neither of them are in the room today, but they really put a lot of work into this report, as did our bureau directors and members of our bureau staff as well. So as you can imagine, trying to do a look back over several years in a department as vast and complex as DACF, this report could have been 1,000 pages long. We tried not to do that to you and tried to find the right altitude to report back. Also acknowledging that we have done and do GEA reports on specific programs when we're asked to, and we have over the past several years. And we also give reports to the committee and to the legislature on our specific programs. A number of our programs we report on either annually or semi-annually. So you get a lot of information. That's where the deep dive information tends to live. With that said, if there's anything that you want to know more about that there's not enough of in the GEA report, happy to give you more information. We've got some of our bureau directors here in the room today who can answer questions if I get stumped. But if there are questions you have that I can't answer or they can't answer, that we will do our best to get that information, get it back to you. I also just wanted to acknowledge that something really monumental happened at the end of last year, and that is that our Deputy Commissioner Randy Charette retired. I think most of you have met him along the way. He actually was with the last administration. He was the Deputy Commissioner when I came on board. I got to know him right away, knew he was a really important member of the team and just a real asset to the department. So I was so pleased he stayed. I wish we could have kept him till, for another, I don't even know how long, but He was ready to retire and he earned it. So that is how Jody Sapphire now became the other deputy commissioner within our department. So just a little bit of an update on that. So I'm going to walk through our GEA report for the department overall, and then at the very end, I've got a couple of slides on the Ag Bargaining Board GEA report. And Tom Gordon, I think, is right here. He's our clerk. He will be here to answer any questions you have that might come up. But just by way of an overview, as I said, this report requires us to do a look back over several years. And again, tried to find that right level of detail for you all. And don't know if we got it right or not, but happy to supplement with whatever we need to. So if you have the report in front of you, I should have referenced the pages. I wasn't thinking about not having the slide up in front of me, but toward the middle, maybe, or toward the back, there are some slides on well, actually up front, sorry, I think like the third or fourth page, there's a slide or a page that shows you our org chart very loosely. It's very colorful, starts in green up at the top. That's the commissioner's office. And then you've got the 4 bureaus and the programmatic areas that fall below each of those bureaus. So just wanted you to have that in front of you as a reference. What you don't see here, I did want to point this out, is the PFAS fund actually lives in the commissioner's office. And, partly because when that was being established, it was being established I'm not sure if anyone envisioned whether it would be an ongoing fund or if it was a one-time fund. It was a one-time allocation. And there's a 5-year budget that was developed for that program. And so, if it is a 5-year program, then we didn't want to do the work of embedding it down into the Bureau of Agriculture and putting more stress and pressure on our admin and all the other pieces that would be supporting that program there. And also because $60 million is an awful lot of money, and we wanted to have real-time sightline to all the things that we were doing and proposing to do with that funding. So that's why it has lived in the commissioner's office. Just by way of, if you're interested, that 5-year budget runs through 2028.
Commissioner.
Yes.
We have it up here.
You have it. Great.
Yeah.
There it is. That budget runs through 2028. And at this point in time, we have either spent or encumbered about over a third of the funds. And by this spring, in a couple of months, we expect to have spent or encumbered about 42 to 43% of the fund. So we're really on track with that budget. And just wanted you to know that that's where it lives, because you won't see it under the bureaus here. And I think again, how broadly our mission is in the department. Basically, somehow, some way, I think we end up touching probably every person's life in this state, maybe in more ways than one. And so we try to do our work very well and in a way that really serves all of our stakeholders. The next slide, if we could go to it, this is just a snapshot of a couple of the financial pieces or graphs that are in the appendix, I think, so a little bit later on in the actual report, but just wanted to pull these forward just so you could see that pie chart shows you sort of how much of our budget goes to each one of the areas of our work. And we did break out PFAS because if we left it in sort of our administration part of the pie, it looked like we were really very, very top heavy, and we're not. And I think you can see if you look at the staffing chart or the staffing graph after right next to it that our administration headcount is actually fairly modest compared to all of the employees that we have in our department. So 789 total when we're fully staffed up with all our seasonals. When we're not, we're under 400, but that number tends to fluctuate, of course. Okay, so the next slide, just again, trying to stay kind of high level, just wanted to talk about, some of the overarching priorities we've been working on over the last several years. Really looking for places where we could build more departmental cohesion, more efficiencies, but also looking for new opportunities for collaboration amongst bureaus, amongst programs, really trying to make sure we're using our resources as efficiently as possible. And so that's been a real focus for us. We've also been working, and you all have been incredible partners in this work, at filling critical staffing gaps and ensuring that essential equipment and supplies that staff need to do their jobs is, up to date and functional and available. We've also really been looking to secure additional staff resources that are dedicated across the department. We had some gaps related to occupational safety and training. We now have a person on board. She's been with us a few years. We were able to establish that position, I think, through a biennial budget a couple of cycles ago. And it's just been incredible to be able to really make sure that everybody's getting the training that they need in order to be safe in the work that they're doing out there in the field in particular. More and more and more, GIS is, a real important tool for the work that we do, and making sure that we have what we need on the technical side of things on that front has been important. And also really shoring up business operations support across the department so that we're making sure that everybody is following the, protocols and we're not, we're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. And then, this one's been really important to me personally. And if I had, certain staff in here could roll their eyes when I talk about how important communications is, but it's so important. Internal communications, external communications, and that's something we've worked really hard on strengthening. And also just making sure that our outward facing materials and our outward facing communications are really accessible to people, and that we're getting information out in a timely manner and in ways that people can really use. So we've worked hard at that. Always room for improvement. And our communications director, Jim Britt, is always game for trying new things and trying to do things better and differently. So appreciate his energy there. Next slide. Distinct challenges. I think I could have called this slide business not as usual, because I think we've had a lot of that in the last several years. It's almost felt a little bit like we just maybe get over one hurdle and the next one presents itself, or not quite. We're juggling multiple sort of sticky issues. When I first came into this job, I had never heard of PFAS. I've shared that before. I know a lot more about it now than I did then. I can tell you that right now. I did not have on my bingo card for 2020 to be dealing with a global pandemic and for the associated sort of ripples after that, economic shifts, climate change impacts, and most recently some shifting federal dynamics that we've really had to sort of navigate and try to figure out what is happening, what's not happening, and how do we respond. But I would have to say that I'm just so grateful for the team. I do call them the DACF dream team that we have in our department, because they have rolled with it. They have rolled up their sleeves and just kept working. When things have gotten hard, people have just worked harder. And it's been an incredible just privilege to work alongside the team at DACF in all of the bureaus, as well as in the commissioner's office. And so I'm going to just go through some slides. I will say, I'm going to go through each of our bureaus and just pull up some highlights from some of the just the different things we've tried to highlight under performance measures in each section. These are not the most important things. They're not the only things. If you haven't had time to really read through the report, I would encourage you to do so. There's a lot there. But if we're starting on the next slide here with the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources, some of the things that we wanted to highlight is just our Real Maine program under market promotions has really been going strong. It's connecting many people to Maine farms. I think we have about 1,200 people who regularly interact with that site. It's been a great way for us to promote, farm products, to show people where they can get Maine grown food, to highlight different agritourism events. all of the really fun things we do, starting with Maine Maple Sunday in the spring, to Open Farm Day and the Open Creamery Day and all the other things, all the other events I like to go and eat my way through, which are also great ways to get around the state and really see what folks are doing. So that's a really important program that, oh yeah.
When the heck is Creamery Day? I've
Open
never
Creamery Day?
heard of it.
I think it's on October. I will get you that exact date. I'm pretty sure they've probably already set the date, but I will find out. Yeah. There's also a cheese festival, just so you know. I have been known to eat my weight in cheese at that cheese festival, so I will make sure you know when that is. Obviously, the topic of food security has been really, really important. We have produced the Ending Hunger Roadmap. We continue to work on implementing that along with GoPIF and many other partners. We have established the Ending Hunger Vista program, which brought a whole tranche of resources to our state to help support food banks and other, community meal programs to make sure that people are getting the food that they need. We did some work to really increase the efficiency of food handling and distribution within our TFAP program and other food that we actually help to distribute, and working with other partners like Good Shepherd Food Bank. And I think that's made a big difference. So we've been able to move quite a lot of food, $14.6 million in commodity food and $3.8 million in Maine grown foods that reached food insecure people in 2025. And we're always looking to do that better and to do more. And so that work continues. On the agriculture infrastructure front, obviously, we've been able to distribute some significant funding to farms and to some food processors. And we're really starting to see the impact of that in a way that I think is pretty exciting. So seeing businesses that have been able to scale up, increase value-added production, purchase more from, farms, more inputs, and are looking to access new markets. And so I think over time we're tracking that, and we'll be able to tell those stories and what those successes look like. You're well aware with the work we've done on PFAS, needless to say, first in the nation. And I will say that we have hosted a number of different states that have come here or have asked us to come to them and talk about, what we've done with our PFAS response. We've been asked to speak at the national level, and it continues to be that we are really on the forefront, but we are more and more and more being looked to by other states who are doing this work themselves. They are getting skin in the game. They are actually doing this work and benefiting greatly from what we've learned. Climate resilience. There's a lot I could say about climate resilience. Our department, a number of our staff have been involved in the climate action plan development in various different ways. I co-chair the Natural Working Lands group, and in terms of our Bureau of Agriculture, we've been able to stand up a couple of programs that are very relevant. One is the Healthy Soils Program, and the other is the Drought Relief Fund. And actually, I should mention that the Drought Relief Fund, we just opened up our next call for proposals. We've done one round already. We've just opened up a new call. I think it opened up on 2 days ago, Monday. And so that opportunity is out there if you know any farmers who could use some support around that. And I think you'll also hear when we get to talking about the supplemental budget later, we are proposing to change the name of this program to the Drought Resilience Program, because when we were in the thick of the drought this summer, we had a lot of folks thinking that this was a program they could go to get immediate relief from the drought. And that's not, really possible, and being prepared for drought and drought resilience really requires some planning and pre-work. And so we want to make sure that it's named in a way that doesn't create confusion. Next slide. So Bureau of Forestry, or the Maine Forest Service, as we also know them as, one of the huge accomplishments that we are, again, so grateful for the legislature support on was the ability to update our aerial fleet. The modernization of that fleet has made it possible for us to upgrade our aircraft and make sure that we have safer, more reliable aircraft for wildfire detection and suppression. And that's really, really important because we have seen a 5-year trend of increasing wildfires and don't necessarily see that trend reversing. This year alone, there were 853 fires that burned 516 acres. You didn't hear a lot about it in the news, and that's because we have such an excellent fire suppression program and staff and the equipment we need to do this work. So thank you for that. On the insects and disease front, as you know, we are working on a really challenging spruce budworm invasives issue. And we've had the benefit of the task force really being there to help us work and think collaboratively about how we approach this really challenging situation. And so we were able to implement the 2025 early intervention strategy. It's underway, and preliminary data is showing us that exactly what we had hoped would happen, which is that the area of impact is shrinking because of the work that has been done to date. So we hope that to continue to be the case, that we can really isolate and shrink that impact. Best management practices. We have, of course, in the Forest Service, a lot of ongoing education that we provide for forestry professionals. We also have programs that help to incentivize best management practices, and we've listed a few of those here. On the outreach and education front, I wish it were bigger. That is Morton Mosswild leading a group of kids through the woods, some students. We do education on all fronts, from landowner education, as I said, forestry professionals. We also have programs for teachers and students, and we work with municipalities on their goals around urban and community tree health. So these are all areas we're working in all the time. And then on the climate action side of things, we have been able to establish a carbon program specialist. And we have implemented the Forest Carbon Enrollment Reporting Program, and that is off to a really good start. The next slide I have is the Bureau of Parks and Lands. And again, just a lot going on here, things that you're, I'm sure, very familiar with. You know that we've been working to invest $50 million in ARPA funding across our state parks to take care of deferred maintenance. We've got 54 projects that are either completed or underway at this point. They all need to be completed by the end of this year, and we are on track for that. And we don't want to leave any money on the table, so we're working really hard. And addressing everything from, water and sewage systems to bathrooms, bathhouses, park roads, et cetera. I will say that in my first year of this job, I was amazed at how many pictures I got of bathrooms in our state parks by park visitors who were not happy with the conditions. So I'm really, really glad those pictures have stopped, flooding my inbox and that we've been able to do something about it. So thank you for that. On the trails side of things, that we were able to, we're now implementing a $30 million bond. And we're excited about that. That's going well. I also just wanted to point out that our Maine Conservation Corps, who we host every year, they are an incredible group of usually young people who are out there taking care of about 200 miles of trails each year.
Yeah, I think they also work on around the lakes, right? The anti-erosion practices and things like that. Yeah, they're great in our area.
They're great. And they work on our state parks and public lands, but they also do work for other organizations. So they can, they get invited to come and help in other, on lands that are owned by other entities. So we're grateful to have them. We have had about $9 million in FEMA funds that we've been working to use to restore storm damage. And I just wanted to say something about this in particular. The 2023 and 2024 storms, a lot of publicity, a lot of attention to that. And I know that when I went out and walked in our parks and public lands and saw the number of blowdowns and the trail work that was going to be needed to really pull things back together again, that seemed sort of overwhelming. But honestly, that kind of erosion and degradation hasn't stopped. And I was personally out at Popham State park with some of our staff and Representative Hepler, the walkway that we stood on with the governor a couple of years ago, the ADA walkway, that path has washed out completely. It is hard to fathom. And we know that these. Right. Yeah. Well, there's a lot going on there. We were out there with, professionals from our Maine Geological Survey, Bureau of Land Use, Resource Information, and Land Use Planning, Bureau of Parks and Lands. And it just really does hit home that managing these natural resources, these are dynamic environments, and in some of them very dynamic, and talking to our park manager about what it has meant for all that erosion on the beach in terms of, and in the channel and leading out to Fox Island, and what that means in terms of trying to keep beachgoers safe at high tide, at other times having to do rescues. Literally the strength of the currents have shifted. These are things that they're trying to figure out as they see things change before their eyes every day. And so just wanted to share that experience because it's just so fresh in my mind of just having been there on Monday and just appreciating the work that our staff on the front lines of our parks and lands are doing every day. We've also seen some uptick in some of our programs in terms of usage. Submerged lands, 50% increase in administrating submerged land leases and easements since 2005. So that work continues to grow. And then on the conservation front, an increase in public lands easements to the tune of about 18% since 2011. So again, just creates more work. We're happy to do it, but this is all part of the picture.
Could I ask a question? The submerged lands, is that oyster farms or is that something else?
No, that's the permitting we do for submerged lands. And I know, Andy.
That does not include oyster farms or
Yeah, DMR.
Docks and wharves.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Building into those areas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And floating.
Yeah. And floating homes. Yeah.
Sure, on that, just, I should have mentioned it. Microphone. Sections, Bill. The conservation course, how many, could we get some stats on that? How many are doing, what some of the projects they're doing and the amount of money we're.
Yeah.
Yep.
We can absolutely put a profile together on that.
I guess I'd like to, big thing is I'd like to know how many kids or youth that we're actually utilizing.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. We can get that together for you. Great. Okay, Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning, or BRILEP is much easier to say. And this is the bureau within our department where I joke about having all the ologists, like our ecologists and geologists and hydrologists. And but just a lot of really smart people who collect important data that help us to do a good job. Not only us, but, across state government and even beyond state government, a lot of people rely on the work that they do. Land conservation, especially relative to land for Maine's future. I would say that this program, I don't know if it's operating so well. I can't say enough about what an excellent job they're doing. The general fund allocation that they were given, they are basically down to just about fumes in terms of what's left to spend. A lot of the funding has been encumbered, and they've been able to really attract a lot of investment in terms of the match funding that's coming from folks that are applying for these funds. So the most recent analysis showed that we're getting close to a match ratio of approximately 2-to-1, which is just a really good return. And then outreach and education, Maine Geological Survey, obviously provides really vital technical support to municipalities on a whole number of different fronts that I've highlighted here, and also work to contribute to MEMA's state hazard mitigation plan. I'm happy to say that LUPC has really done some excellent work over the last several years, improving, just sort of streamlining and making process improvements. They approved 519 permit applications in 2024. And of the 422 building permit applications, 40% were processed in less than 1 day. and 82% in a week or less. So I think sometimes you hear about the ones that take longer, but just so you know, the vast majority of what they are doing, they're doing very quickly. And then invasives, I know you heard a little bit about that today, but of course the Maine Natural Areas Program is pretty deeply involved in working collaboratively with other parts of our department, other state agencies, cooperative extension, and other external agencies to do outreach and education on invasive plants. And they also support the IMAP invasives database, which allows citizens to report in when they see something and where they've seen it. So that's a resource that can be utilized by many. And then I'm getting close to the end, I promise. Ongoing departmental challenges. Just needed to name these. And obviously there are challenges for the constituents that we serve. That's in some of that is in the report too, but I didn't want to, I think we wanted to just stick to the department for the moment. And just highlight that, workforce is a challenge. Of course, ongoing recruitment and retention. And I know you've heard about that before. It's harder in some places than others, but we continue to try to think about how to be creative and, thinking about like our lifeguards and just positions that are so important but hard to fill, and always looking for ways to try to crack that nut. But technology modernization, obviously we live in a very technological world, and so trying to make sure that all of our data, software, and management for data and just licensing and all the different ways in which we use technology, that all of that is up to par, and that we have what we need. Climate change impacts, I've talked a little bit about that. I don't think I need to go too far into that. I think you know how that touches virtually every corner of our work. And then emergent and emergency needs response. Going back to what I said earlier about, it just seems like we've had like one sort of gnarly issue come at us after another. It has felt a little bit like we're almost always at some level, we're almost always in some sort of state of emergency response. And I don't think our department was really initially built for that, but I do recognize that there are a lot of needs, and there have been a lot of really challenging situations for farmers, for loggers, for folks across the state in communities, in coastal communities, and those cries for help often come to our department because of all the different ways in which we work across the state. And so it's just something to think about. And I don't have answers to these challenges, but as you're the ACF committee, and I think that, collectively you are very tuned into the work, and about these difficult situations that we've been navigating. Just always appreciate your creative thinking on these topics. And then on the federal level, there's been a significant reduction in USDA personnel, which has certainly impacted response times, and a bit of uncertainty about how now there is a restructuring underway. From the proposals I've seen, it does not look like there is a plan to have any kind of a hub in the Northeast as part of that restructuring. We did send a letter to the USDA raising that concern. So we're on record saying that, but haven't heard anything more about whether that's going to be, if there's going to be any kind of change to that plan. But just recognizing that we are expecting that we're going to be asked to do more and more, and I don't think there's going to be more money coming our way. So we, again, will have to think creatively about that as we go forward.
A couple of things. I think we might be a slide or two behind. There we go.
Oh, sorry.
And then
That's the one.
on MNAP, which was the previous slide, I didn't know if you wanted to we're going to be considering moving it once again to IF&W, and I didn't know if you had any thoughts or comments you wanted to make on that.
Yeah, so I'll just say that I do know there's a department bill in that was submitted by IF&W requesting to move MNAP to IF&W. We we had done a sort of an analysis when we were first hearing about, the interest. And I think this is a conversation that's been going on for a long time, but during my time at the department, this idea had come up a couple of times. So we wanted to know, like, what do people think about that? So we had done some preliminary assessment and conversation with different stakeholder groups to find out what they thought about MNAP's, base where it should be based out of. And what we heard just across the board was that MNAP is a cross-cutting organization, a program. It works with all different parts of state government and beyond, and they do a really good job. So, my confidence in that being the case, no matter where they are housed, remains. I think they do a really good job, and I think they'll continue to do a really good job. So, and then looking ahead, that is the next slide. Maybe you already saw it and I don't have to go there. I deliberately had these ellipses, dot, dot, dot at the end of every bullet because there's just so much more, right? I didn't want to try to make exhaustive lists here, but, for agriculture, we know that there are real economic conditions that are challenging. Development pressure for farms, cost of land. But on the upside, there are opportunities for us to continue working to expand local, regional, and other market opportunities for farms. I think agritourism is another really, a bright spot that we can continue to support that work. And in forests, I talked about the aerial fleet. It's true that we also do need to do some work on upgrading our fire control facilities. And so we have an eye toward that. And, there's some concern about the, fire response capacity. I'm sure you've heard that volunteer firefighters are hard to come by in certain parts of the state. And sometimes, we end up having to do a little shifting around because of that. Data acquisition, we just need to stay on top of what's happening and improving our analytical and predictive capabilities, whether that is about forest health or wood markets or what have you related to forestry. In terms of land conservation, we talked a bit about funding for Land for Maine's future. Of course, we are hopeful that there will be some kind of a reallocation or opportunity to re-up their funding. And based on the work of the Natural and Working Lands group or subgroup of the Natural and Working Lands work group, as we updated the last climate action plan, there was a real sort of carving out of the reality that while we've done a really good job of protecting other types of land in our state, conservation of other types of land in our state, farmland protection is something that we really need to look at accelerating because we're a bit behind there. And then recreational lands, there's still deferred maintenance for state parks. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but the $50 million we got before the pandemic did not go as far as at sort of not before the pandemic, but during the pandemic, by the time all the inflationary sort of factors played out, we didn't get as much done as we would have hoped. So there is still more to do there. We also have some significant deferred maintenance in our historic sites. And there's also a need to be thinking about our public lands and the funding model there as our forestry markets are not as strong as they once were. And yet that is the funding model by which we pay for upgrades and improvements to our public land. So conversation for another day, just flagging it. And then again, climate change will continue to bring challenges. But, we are hopeful that we can continue to work together to look for ways to address those challenges. And so that's where I'll pause there for DACF general. And good to see you, Senator Talbot Ross. Happy New Year. And just any questions you have. And then I have, like I said, just 2 short slides on the bargaining board.
Great. I think we're largely asking questions, but Representative Bunker.
Just to overemphasize the obvious, because I know that you understand it. Senator Black can speak in much more detail to us. And you picked my mind back up when you talked about farmland practices and protections and whatnot. We still remain concerned about the annual flood of the Sandy River Basin and the eating up of acres and acres of valuable farmland along the river, and highway infrastructures that get damaged along the way, and trails and things of that nature. Still struggling to see what the solution is, and trying to get all of the Ds, the DOTs, the DEPs, and all of the others, and the federal counterparts to try to figure out some long-term solution to that, because it's not going away. It's only getting worse.
Great.
Other questions for the commissioner? Seeing none.
Okay. Great. And then just before I switch to the Ag Bargaining Board, I did want to say though, I really, really hope to see you all next Tuesday at the Ag Trade Show. The luncheon is going to be delicious. I'll just give you a little teaser. Some of the items that will be on the menu are reminiscent of things that myself and some of our staff like to eat at the fairs, at the agricultural fairs. No fried Twinkies, but I think you'll find it enjoyable. So I hope to see you all there. And then, so the main Agricultural Bargaining Board. This was a pretty short report. And I will say there are no financials in this report because it has no budget. It has no head count. And as I said, Tom Gordon here is the clerk for the board. He is he's staff in the commissioner's office, and we just make sure that this board is up and running. And so it was created by the Maine Agricultural Marketing and Bargaining Act of 1973. And in 2019, it was expanded to include harvesters and haulers of forest products. And so just you can see from the slide, the board qualifies associations of producers for bargaining with processors, it hears complaints of refusal to bargain by either producers or processors, prepares contracts in cases of arbitration, hears complaints of unfair bargaining practices by either producers or processors, and reports annually to our department and the Secretary of State. They have not received any complaints of refusal to bargain or unfair bargaining practices in at least 20 years. So in the next slide, this just shows you when it pops up. Yeah, that's okay. It will show you who are members of the bargaining board. All were reappointed in 2025, so they're all current. And then there's a little bit of a history here. You can read through the first couple of paragraphs. But the most important piece relevant to the last several years is that last paragraph. Activity at the board was largely dormant until 2019 when the board's jurisdiction was expanded, as I said, to include forest products. In 2023, the board certified the Maine Forest Stewardship Cooperative to bargain with GoLab Inc. And that is all that we have to report at this time, I believe. And if you would like to know anything more in depth about the bargaining board, I'm sure Tom would be happy to come up here. But that is all of the presentation I've prepared for you today. But again, happy to take any questions.
Yeah, questions from the committee. I did have some questions about the bargaining board, but maybe Tom.
Come on now.
Warmed up the seat for you.
And you could introduce yourself.
Sure. Tom Gordon. I work in the Commissioner's Office at the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Wear a number of hats dealing with soil and water conservation, drought resilience, climate policy. And I'm also the clerk of the Maine Agricultural Bargaining Board, which was a new adventure for me, learning experience.
So it said GoLab Inc. Is that something that's ongoing, that certification of them?
GoLab Inc. The certification happened in 2023. The old Madison Pulp and Paper Company is the location. So they're in Madison. I haven't heard of any active bargaining between the Forest Stewardship Collaborative. There certainly haven't been any complaints lodged on that. So
okay. And so when was the last time the board handled a complaint?
Probably 1999.
Okay.
In the late nineties. Most of the work of the board relates to the potato industry. There's the Maine Agricultural Bargaining Council, which represents producers there in Presque Isle. And over the 20th century, they probably petitioned the board to for negotiations with 15 different potato processing entities. Most of those have gone out of business. Now it's just McCain Foods and Pineland Farms potato operation at present. But in the 20th century, there was a lot of activity, a lot of back and forth between producers and processors. But the bargaining process for those two potato companies seems to have gone quite well because there have been no complaints on record in the last 20 to 25 years.
Yeah. And do you think that the bargaining board still plays a function in the state of Maine in terms of performing its duty, or did the lack of, since 1999, we haven't seen any complaints? Is that indicative of it not being needed for the rest of the century?
Well, as the clerk, I'm not going to render a policy opinion, but I would draw the analogy that you always want to have a fire department just in case you need it. So those policy decisions I'd leave to the commissioner and to you folks in the legislature.
Yeah, thank you. Because that is part of this Government Evaluation Act report, is looking at its efficacy and whether or not it's important piece of the bureaucracy of the government or no longer necessary.
And the GEA process was really based on management strategies in the 1990s, I think, with the King administration, that focused on zero-based budgeting and management by objective. And those particular strategies aren't as actively used in the executive branch these days. So we have different types of strategic planning, but the GEA law was really framed around those two management strategies. So it's a little bit a more challenging fit these days.
Appreciate the perspective. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the very thorough report and
Thank you.
valuing our time also in delivery. And I believe that's the end of the work for the day. We are putting together a schedule for next week. When is the luncheon over?
When does it start?
Those 3 members will be here Tuesday.
What time is it over? Noon to 1. Thank you. Okay. Yep. But if we were going to we're thinking about having committee on Tuesday is the question. Go ahead, Senator.
Eastern States trustees, and we have a meeting after luncheon. So 3 of us won't be here.
What we're dealing with now is a committee. So it means we won't have a meeting. If we were to not have a meeting next week, the week after that, we are in a situation where I will mostly not be here. I just found out of another committee. The ag bond is now going to be heard in AFA at 1:00. And then I need to leave on the airplane relatively quickly after that. So that would be the 20th. So that means, we're now looking at the 27th for potentially the next full day of agricultural committee meetings. We could move moving it to, so the other question now is if we're going to try to move something to a Thursday. I won't be here on the 23rd either, 22nd either. That week I won't be around. So that was why I was thinking about trying to get some of our work done next week. The other option is to move it to the 4th week of January, which we could then schedule to have a very busy week and try to accomplish a lot of things. Representative Dill.
Are we not allowed to meet on Thursday next week? Or is people gone?
I think because of the trade show, we were trying to not do that, but we potentially could meet in the morning. Other comments from the committee about scheduling?
I usually I'll stay here. If we're gonna have something on Thursday, I'll stay. So don't just tell me what to do. I need to know when, but I need to know like as soon as possible.
Sounds good. Okay, taking all this input, we will go back and discuss and we will let everybody know ASAP.
Text me.
I mean, I guess it would depend on how many you could have come Thursday.
Yeah.
So,
I guess this is, yes. You want to turn off your mic? Show of hands, who would be here Thursday instead of going to the ag trade show?
We're going to the ag trade show, but then it's Thursday, it's after, right?
The ag trade show
Oh.
starts at 9 a.m. Who would come here instead of going to the ag trade show Thursday? Is that a Black is, okay. Still looking at questionable.
Oh, that's the 15th, not the 30th.
It's Thursday the 15th.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got you.
Okay.
Microphone
if you like.
So we don't have session. If we did that, we'd be doing committee until like lunchtime and then we'd go to the egg show together, or is that the idea?
We don't have a schedule for Thursday, the 15th currently, so we'd have to post it. Yeah. Okay, so we will discuss and we'll let you know.
Yeah, just let me know.
Motion to adjourn.
Second it.